Hey sleepyheads, hope your day was great. Before we start, let's play a game. Comment the time where you are right now and whether you should be asleep already. Let's see who's the biggest night owl. Before you settle in, tap that like button and subscribe to keep the cozy vibes coming. Now, dim the lights, get comfortable, take a deep breath, and let's drift into sleep. It was a typical Tuesday morning when I decided to head down to Brood Awakening, the small coffee shop on the corner just a few blocks from my apartment. I'd been freelancing from home for about 6 months, and the silence of my tiny apartment often became overwhelming. So every few days I would pack up my laptop, slip on my headphones, and settle down with an overpriced latte just for a change of scenery. The cafe was busier than usual that morning. Students from the nearby university crowded around tables, their faces illuminated by screens and their fingers rapidly typing away. I found the last available seat by the window, a spot that faced the busy sidewalk, but still offered some peace. I settled down, opened my laptop, and quickly lost myself in my latest project, a graphic design job for a small startup. I had been working quietly for about half an hour when I felt someone approach. Glancing up, I saw a man pulling out the empty chair across from me. He was tall, probably mid-30s, neatly dressed in jeans and a button-down shirt, nothing unusual, but somehow he seemed out of place. He offered me a polite smile, and before I could say anything, he eased into the seat. "Busy morning, huh?" he asked, breaking the silence with casual confidence. I nodded politely, offering a forced smile but deliberately keeping my eyes glued to my screen. I wasn't really in the mood for conversation, and his sudden appearance felt intrusive. But the man didn't seem bothered by my silence. "You do graphic design, right?" he continued, leaning forward slightly. The directness of his question immediately caught my attention. I paused my typing, feeling slightly uneasy. "I do freelance work," I answered carefully, keeping my voice neutral. "How did you?" "I've seen your portfolio." He interrupted casually, his tone strangely familiar, as if we were old acquaintances. "I was impressed, especially by the designs you did for Edge Marketing. Really creative stuff." A chill crept down my spine. Edge Marketing was my last full-time job before I had decided to go freelance. It had been almost a year since I'd worked there, and I rarely mentioned it to anyone these days, especially strangers. "Have we met before?" I asked cautiously, my voice betraying my unease. He smiled, calm but unsettling. "Not officially," he replied cryptically, his eyes fixed intently on mine. "But I feel like I already know you pretty well." My heart rate began to accelerate. Something about the way he spoke, his familiarity, made me deeply uncomfortable. I glanced around the cafe, hoping someone would notice our exchange, but everyone was absorbed in their own worlds. "I'm sorry," I said, quickly gathering my things. "I really have to go." Without waiting for a response, I stuffed my laptop into my bag, leaving half my latte on the table, and hurried toward the door. I glanced back once as I stepped outside. The man was still sitting there, calmly watching me through the window, his expression unreadable. As I started walking briskly down the sidewalk toward my apartment, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that I was being watched. I told myself I was being paranoid, but after several blocks, I turned back again. My stomach tightened as I saw the man about half a block behind me, hands casually in his pockets, walking at a leisurely pace, clearly not concerned about being noticed. Fear surged through me, and I quickened my pace, almost jogging as I navigated the final streets to my building. By the time I reached the front door, my heart was pounding in my chest, my hands trembling slightly as I fumbled to unlock it. Once inside, I closed the door quickly, locking both the main deadbolt and the chain lock. I leaned against the door for a moment, trying to catch my breath. It took a moment for me to notice the small piece of paper taped to the inside of my apartment door. My blood ran cold as I read the neatly printed words. "I'll be seeing you soon." My throat went dry, and I felt suddenly exposed, vulnerable. How had this gotten inside my building? Had he been here already? The thought of him inside, waiting for me, made my knees weak. Without thinking, I grabbed my phone and dialed 911, my hands shaking so badly I nearly dropped the phone. The dispatcher was calm and reassuring, promising to send officers immediately. Within minutes, 2 uniformed police officers were at my door, listening carefully as I recounted the terrifying events. They examined the note and asked detailed questions about the man from the cafe, taking careful notes. After checking my apartment thoroughly, they found no sign of forced entry or that anyone had been inside. But it did little to calm my nerves. "Do you have somewhere else you can stay tonight?" one of the officers asked gently, clearly sensing my fear. I nodded slowly, thinking of my friend Jenna, who lived across town. "You should pack a bag and stay there," the other officer advised firmly. "We'll file a report, and an officer will patrol the area frequently over the next few days. If you notice anything else, don't hesitate to call." I thanked them weakly, quickly packing a bag with essentials, feeling my hands tremble as I zipped it shut. When they left, they promised to keep an eye on things. But as I stepped outside again, I still felt exposed. Every corner seemed to hide danger now, every face unfamiliar and suspicious. By the time I reached Jenna's place, my nerves were frayed. I explained everything to her, and she listened carefully, concerned and supportive. That night, sleep didn't come easily. Each time I closed my eyes, I saw the man's calm, unsettling smile, and heard his quiet, confident voice telling me he'd been watching me. I made the decision right then that I had to move. The apartment no longer felt safe, my routine had been compromised, and my privacy violated. Over the next 2 weeks, I quickly found another place across town and made arrangements to leave my apartment behind. But as I packed my last box, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't over yet. I wondered if leaving would truly keep me safe, or if the stranger who knew my name had only just begun to make himself known. After I moved to my new apartment across town, I tried my hardest to leave the unsettling encounter behind. For a few weeks, it seemed like the worst was over. I unpacked slowly, cautiously returning to my freelance work, trying to reclaim a sense of normalcy. Yet despite my efforts, I couldn't shake the persistent feeling that I was still being watched. Every unfamiliar face on the street, every noise in the hallway outside my new place, made my pulse quicken with anxiety. My friend Jenna checked in regularly, worried about how I was coping. She knew how shaken I'd been after the stranger confronted me. I assured her I was fine, not wanting to burden her further. But the truth was, each day felt like a cautious balancing act between convincing myself everything was normal and looking over my shoulder for any signs that it wasn't. About a month after moving in, I received an email from an unfamiliar address. Normally, I would have dismissed it as spam, but something made me pause. The subject line was short, yet chillingly familiar. "It's been too long." My heart began racing before I even opened the message. Taking a deep breath, I clicked it. Inside, there was only a single sentence. "Did you really think moving would keep me away?" My fingers trembled as I stared at the words glowing on my screen. There was no name, no signature, just those 10 words, each one carefully chosen to terrify me. Fear surged through me, bringing back every memory I'd fought so hard to bury. I immediately called Detective Ramirez, the officer assigned to my case since the initial incident. Ramirez had taken my earlier report seriously and had been the one who advised me about relocating. He answered my call promptly, his voice calm but attentive. "It's happening again," I said urgently, struggling to keep my voice steady. "I just got an email from him. He's found me." Detective Ramirez asked me to forward the message immediately, promising to look into the source and increase patrols in my new neighborhood. He reminded me to stay vigilant, keep my doors locked, and not engage in any communication with the sender. "Can't you trace the email?" I asked desperately, feeling helpless. "We'll do everything we can," he assured me calmly. "In the meantime, stay alert. Call me directly if anything else happens." Days passed slowly, each one filled with tension and paranoia. I barely slept, staying up late checking the locks repeatedly, double-checking the windows and doors. I avoided going out, even skipping my usual trips to local cafes and grocery stores, relying instead on deliveries. My apartment, which was supposed to be a fresh start, had become my prison. Then, one evening, just after sunset, I received a package at my door. It had no return address, no label, just my name neatly written in bold letters. My stomach twisted into knots as I carried it carefully inside. Setting it on the kitchen counter, I stared at it, debating whether or not to open it. My hands shook as I finally tore through the tape, dread pooling in my chest. Inside the box, neatly placed on top of white tissue paper, lay a small, leather-bound notebook. Its dark brown cover showed signs of frequent handling, edges worn and faded. My fingers brushed its surface cautiously, and I slowly opened it. My heart skipped as I saw familiar words scribbled on the first page, notes on my daily routine, details of where I'd been, people I'd seen, even conversations I'd had months ago. It was a diarized diary meticulously documenting my life in disturbing detail. Each page contained precise timestamps, observations, and unsettling notes about things I never thought anyone else could notice. On one page, he described the exact outfit I'd worn on the day I moved into my new apartment. On another, a detailed account of a phone call I had with Jenna, including personal details no one else could know. I felt dizzy, violated, terrified beyond comprehension. He hadn't just been watching, he'd been obsessing over every aspect of my life, following me more closely than I'd ever imagined. I called Detective Ramirez again, my voice shaking uncontrollably as I explained the contents of the package. He arrived quickly, examining the notebook with a grave expression. After carefully flipping through several pages, he closed it slowly, his eyes serious but reassuring. "This is very concerning," he admitted, carefully placing the notebook into an evidence bag. "We're going to take this seriously. I promise we'll track this person down." He asked me to come to the station, where I gave a detailed statement, recounting everything from the coffee shop encounter to the diary I'd received. The police technician carefully examined the notebook for fingerprints or other clues. Detective Ramirez promised regular patrols and suggested additional security measures for my apartment, including installing a camera at my front door. Despite the detective's reassurances, I felt more vulnerable than ever. The diary had proven my stalker was not only close by, but deeply embedded in my daily life. I couldn't help but wonder how much he'd already infiltrated my world. Had he watched me from afar, or had he managed to get closer without me noticing? In the days following, I became increasingly cautious. I altered my schedule constantly, took different routes when walking outside, and kept blinds drawn at all times. Each evening, I'd check the new camera footage, anxiously scanning for anything suspicious. Yet each day ended the same: no sightings, no unusual activity, just hours of tense waiting and restless anxiety. Jenna offered to let me stay with her again, but this time I refused. I couldn't bear the thought of bringing danger to her doorstep. I was determined not to involve anyone else, though loneliness and fear became my constant companions. 2 weeks passed, filled with silence. I received no more emails, no packages, nothing unusual. I started to feel cautiously optimistic, hoping perhaps the intense police involvement had scared him off. But deep down, I knew better. This quiet was unsettling, like the calm before a storm. Then, late one night, just as I was finally drifting off to sleep, my phone buzzed loudly on the bedside table. I jolted awake, heart racing. The screen showed an unknown number. For a moment, I considered ignoring it, but fear compelled me to answer. "Hello," I whispered nervously, my breath catching. Silence greeted me at first, then a soft, familiar voice spoke clearly and calmly. "You shouldn't have involved the police. Now things have to change." The line went dead before I could respond, leaving me alone in suffocating silence. Panic gripped my chest, making it impossible to breathe. He knew the police were involved. He knew everything. My nightmare wasn't over, it had just escalated, and now I knew there was no turning back. After the phone call, I sat on the edge of my bed, feeling completely exposed. His voice kept replaying in my mind, quiet, controlled, and unsettlingly calm. He knew about the police. He knew about the investigation. His confidence terrified me. This wasn't someone who was afraid of being caught. It was someone who enjoyed the game. I called Detective Ramirez immediately, even though it was well past midnight. He answered on the second ring, his voice alert and professional despite the late hour. "He called me," I said urgently, voice shaking. "He knows everything. He said I shouldn't have involved you, that things have to change." Detective Ramirez was silent for a moment, clearly processing this new information. Finally, he spoke firmly. "We're going to find him. In the meantime, you shouldn't be alone tonight. Is there somewhere safe you can go?" "I'll call Jenna," I replied quietly, feeling a surge of guilt for involving her again, but I knew Ramirez was right. Staying alone was no longer an option. "Good. We'll have an officer check the perimeter of your apartment immediately," he assured me. "Call me the second anything else happens. We're not taking this lightly." Within minutes, a patrol car arrived outside my apartment. I watched from the window as two uniformed officers carefully examined the building, flashlights cutting through the darkness. Even with their reassuring presence, I felt vulnerable. After checking every lock again, I quickly packed another overnight bag and called Jenna, who answered immediately, sounding worried, yet relieved that I had reached out. "Stay on the phone until you get here," she instructed firmly, her voice comforting as I stepped outside. The night air felt heavy. The shadows along the street seemed darker than usual. My heart pounded with each step to my car, convinced I'd see him standing there, waiting. But the street remained empty, quiet except for the distant sound of traffic. The short drive to Jenna's apartment felt impossibly long. Every headlight behind me made me nervous. Every parked car along the curb, a potential hiding spot for him. Only when I parked safely outside her building and saw Jenna waiting anxiously by the door did I finally exhale. She hugged me tightly, pulling me inside quickly and locking the door behind us. "You're safe here," she reassured me, guiding me to her living room, where she'd already prepared blankets on the sofa. "The police will find him." But I couldn't share her optimism. This wasn't just a random stalker. It was someone who'd studied me, who'd invaded every corner of my life. I spent the night drifting in and out of restless sleep, haunted by the sound of his voice and the memories recorded in the diary he'd sent me. The next morning, Detective Ramirez called early, sounding determined. "We traced the phone number from last night," he explained carefully. "It was from a prepaid phone, bought anonymously, but we did confirm the location of the call, just 2 blocks from your apartment." My stomach tightened painfully at his words. He'd been watching, waiting just outside my home, carefully planning every step. Ramirez sensed my silence and quickly continued. "We're increasing surveillance around your apartment building and assigning undercover officers nearby. We need you to stay calm and continue your routine as normally as possible. It's important. He doesn't realize how closely we're watching." I agreed reluctantly, although normal no longer felt possible. Jenna insisted I stay with her until we knew more, and Ramirez strongly supported the idea. He believed the stalker would eventually reveal himself, either through another call message or by attempting direct contact again. Over the next few days, police presence increased dramatically around my apartment building. Unmarked vehicles parked discreetly nearby. Officers in plain clothes casually walked around the neighborhood, blending into daily life. Meanwhile, my anxiety spiraled. Every phone call made me jump. Every unfamiliar car parked outside Jenna's apartment sparked panic. But the stalker remained silent, almost as if he knew exactly what was happening and was simply waiting. Each quiet day felt like a twisted form of torture as I anticipated his next move. Then, nearly a week after I'd arrived at Jenna's, something changed again. Early one morning, I received another email. This time, the subject line simply read, "It's time." I stared at it, heart racing. I didn't want to open it, yet I knew I had no choice. Taking a deep breath, I clicked it open. Inside was a single line. "Meet me tonight, 9 p.m. at Brood Awakening. Come alone. If you involve the police again, you'll regret it." Fear surged through me. It was a blatant trap, yet part of me wondered if meeting him directly was the only way this nightmare would ever end. Maybe I could finally confront him. Maybe the police could catch him in the act. I immediately called Detective Ramirez again, explaining the message in detail. He listened carefully, then paused before responding. "We can't let you go alone," he said firmly, his voice filled with concern. "It's too dangerous, but this could be our best opportunity to finally catch him." We made a careful plan. I'd go to the coffee shop, acting as if I'd complied with his demands. But undercover officers would already be inside and stationed nearby, discreetly blending in. The goal was to get him to approach me directly, giving them the chance to arrest him safely. As evening approached, my nerves intensified. Jenna stayed with me, reassuring me, helping me prepare mentally. I knew Ramirez and his team were carefully setting up surveillance, but the risks still felt overwhelming. What if he sensed the trap? What if something went terribly wrong? Finally, at 8:45 p.m., I left Jenna's apartment. Driving to the coffee shop as calmly as possible, my pulse racing. I parked a block away and walked the short distance, noticing unfamiliar people scattered strategically around the area officers, blending seamlessly into the busy sidewalk crowd. Inside the coffee shop, I took a seat near the window, forcing myself to remain composed. The place was busy, customers chatting and drinking coffee, completely unaware of the tension unfolding around them. Minutes ticked by slowly, painfully. 9 o'clock came and went, each passing moment increasing my anxiety. Then, at exactly 9:15, my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. "I told you to come alone. You didn't listen. We'll try this again soon." I froze, realizing instantly he'd noticed the officers. Somehow he'd known about the plan. Panic gripped me. I quickly showed the message to an undercover officer sitting nearby. He immediately radioed Ramirez, alerting him that our cover had been blown. Officers discreetly searched the surrounding area, but found nothing, no sign of him, no suspicious activity. He'd slipped away silently, clearly observing from a safe distance. Feeling defeated, I returned to Jenna's, the realization clear. This stalker wasn't just caught-ish, was always a step ahead, carefully watching every move we made. I wondered if there was any place left where I could truly feel safe. That night, alone in Jenna's guest room, I lay awake, replaying every detail. My sense of safety had completely shattered. I'd done everything right, gone to the police, moved homes, remained cautious, but nothing had stopped him. He'd invaded every part of my life, and now he knew my every attempt to fight back. I knew one thing for certain: this wasn't going to end easily. The stranger who knew my name was still out there, waiting patiently, always watching. And he was clearly not finished with me yet. In the aftermath of the failed attempt at brood awakening, my fear intensified, leaving me in a constant state of tension. The stalker's warning echoed relentlessly in my thoughts. "You didn't listen. We'll try this again soon." I was exhausted, tired of constantly looking over my shoulder, jumping at every shadow, and fearing every unfamiliar face. It felt like an endless nightmare, one where he always had the upper hand. Detective Ramirez refused to give up, though. He visited regularly, reassuring me, promising to find new leads. He told me he had requested security footage from every shop and building surrounding brood awakening. If the stalker had been close enough to see the police presence, maybe he'd made a mistaken appearance on camera, a suspicious vehicle, anything to identify him. Weeks passed without progress, and my anxiety deepened. Staying with Jenna had helped temporarily, but I could see the strain it placed on her as well. Eventually, I moved back into my apartment, despite my fears. Ramirez assigned officers to patrol regularly, reassuring me they'd watch the area closely. Days turned into weeks, and the stalker went quiet. Again, no emails, no notes, no calls. While part of me felt relieved, another part grew even more anxious, anticipating his next move. It felt like a twisted game of cat and mouse, where I was always vulnerable, always waiting. Then, late one afternoon, Ramirez called with urgency. His voice was sharp, energized. "We've got something," he said quickly, excitement evident. Security footage from a business near the coffee shop captured someone suspicious leaving the area right after he messaged you. He kept his face hidden, but we got a clear image of his vehicle and license plate. Hope surged through me, but I was still cautious. "Do you know who he is?" I asked nervously. "Not yet, but we will soon," Ramirez promised. "We're running the plate now. I'll update you as soon as we get a hit." For the first time in weeks, I felt a small sense of hope. Maybe this nightmare would finally end. Still, I couldn't let my guard down. Until the police had him, I knew the danger wasn't over. The next day, Ramirez called again, his voice even more determined. "We have him identified. His name is Jonathan Reed. He's 36, no criminal history, but He did work briefly at Edge Marketing, just like you." The name felt vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place a face. "He worked there?" I asked, confused. "Briefly, in it," Ramirez confirmed. "About a year before you left. Seems he developed an obsession with you there, quietly following your work and your life ever since." I felt sick, knowing he'd been observing me for that long without my knowledge. The thought made my skin crawl. "Do you know where he is now?" I asked urgently. "We're tracking him down," Ramirez assured me. "But we haven't found him yet. He stopped going home, hasn't shown up at his usual spots. He knows we're close." The next several days were agonizing. I stayed indoors as much as possible, waiting for updates. Police presence around my apartment intensified. Undercover officers maintained constant surveillance, but still, Jonathan Reed remained elusive. Then, late one evening, as I prepared to finally get some rest, my phone rang. I recognized Ramirez's number immediately. "We have him cornered near your apartment," he said sharply, urgency clear in his voice. "Stay inside, lock your doors, and don't move. He's close, and we think he's coming toward you." My heart raced. What should I do? I asked, panic rising. "Stay calm," Ramirez instructed firmly. "Officers are already approaching his location. Whatever you do, don't open your door." I quickly locked every possible entry, heart pounding. Outside my window, flashing blue lights illuminated the darkened street. Officers moved quickly, quietly, their flashlights cutting through shadows. I heard shouting, gurgent voices ordering someone to stop, to surrender. Then silence. My phone buzzed again moments later. "We've got him," Ramirez announced, relief evident in his voice. "He's in custody, no injuries. You're safe." Tears welled in my eyes, an overwhelming wave of relief washing over me. After months of constant fear, I could finally breathe again. The following morning, Detective Ramirez invited me down to the police station to identify Jonathan Reed officially. Walking into the station felt surreal, yet empowering. In an interview room, behind one-way glass, I saw him clearly for the first time. A quiet-looking man, utterly ordinary in appearance, sitting calmly and emotionlessly. I struggled to reconcile this unassuming stranger with the relentless tormentor he'd become. "That's him," I confirmed quietly, still shaken. "Are you sure he can't get out again?" Ramirez nodded reassuringly. "He won't hurt you anymore. We've got more than enough evidence to hold him for stalking and harassment. He's looking at serious charges." Days later, as I sat in court, listening to the judge announce Jonathan Reed's sentencing, a profound sense of closure settled over me. He received multiple years in prison, and the judge ordered strict restraining conditions to ensure he'd never approach me again. Life slowly began to return to normal. Jenna and I celebrated quietly, sharing gratitude for friendship and safety. I eventually resumed my freelance work, cautiously reclaiming my routines. Though anxiety lingered occasionally, the constant fear finally began to fade. Months afterward, Detective Ramirez checked in occasionally, ensuring I felt safe. During his final call, I thanked him deeply, truly grateful. You gave me my life back, I told him sincerely. I don't know what I would have done without you. You're stronger than you realize, Ramirez replied warmly. You trusted your instincts and took action. You made it through. Over time, I found comfort and confidence again, slowly shedding the paranoia that had once consumed my every thought. I took up advocacy, volunteering to help others who had experienced stalking, determined to use my trauma to help others regain control of their lives. 2 years later, Jenna and I revisited Brood Awakening, sitting by the same window table, talking quietly about life, future plans, and how far I'd come since that terrifying ordeal. The coffee shop was bustling, normal, and safe again. It felt good to reclaim a place I'd once feared. That afternoon, after Jenna left, I lingered a moment, reflecting quietly. Suddenly, a gentle tap on my shoulder startled me. Turning quickly, I saw a young woman standing nervously. "I'm sorry," she said shyly, smiling apologetically. "You're that woman from the article, right? The one who survived the stalker?" I nodded carefully, unsure what she'd say next. "I read your story," she continued softly. "It gave me courage. I'm dealing with something similar, and I just wanted to thank you for speaking out. It helped me realize I wasn't alone." Her words filled me with gratitude, healing something deep within me. We talked briefly, and I encouraged her to trust herself, to reach out for support, to never give up. As she walked away, I finally felt at peace. The trauma I'd endured had been painful, terrifying, and life-changing, but it had also strengthened me, taught me resilience, and allowed me to help others find their strength too. I knew I'd never forget Jonathan Reed or the fear he'd caused, but I'd reclaimed my life completely. He no longer had power over me. The stranger who knew my name was nothing more than a memory, a dark chapter, closed firmly and finally behind me. And at last, I was free. It was a chilly Wednesday evening in early November, and the sun had already set by the time I finished my shift. I'd started a new job at a small accounting firm downtown about 2 months ago, and the office was within comfortable walking distance of my apartment. Usually, I enjoyed the peacefulness of my 20-minute walk home, using the time to clear my head after a long day of paperwork and meetings. But tonight, something felt different. As I stepped outside into the brisk air, pulling my coat tighter around myself, I noticed the street was unusually quiet. Most shops had already closed their doors, leaving the sidewalk nearly empty. Street lights cast pools of dim orange light onto the pavement, barely illuminating the shadows between buildings. An uneasy sensation stirred in my stomach, but I brushed it off as simple paranoia from too many late-night true crime documentaries. I quickened my pace slightly, eager to get home and out of the biting cold. I'd walked about 2 blocks when I became aware of footsteps behind me. At first, I didn't pay much attention, assuming someone else was just heading in the same direction. But after several minutes, the footsteps remained consistently behind me, never speeding up, never slowing down, keeping pace precisely with my own. Curiosity quickly turned into unease. My heart rate began to rise slightly, but I told myself I was overreacting. People walked behind each other all the time without incident. Still, the persistent rhythm of the stranger's footsteps, always just a few steps behind me, sent a chill down my spine that had nothing to do with the weather. I decided to test my suspicion. At the next intersection, I abruptly turned left, deviating from my usual route. It was slightly longer, but it would let me confirm if I was really being followed. As I rounded the corner, I glanced back discreetly and saw him clearly for the first time. He was a tall, lanky figure dressed in dark clothing. His hood was pulled up, obscuring his face, and his hands were buried deep in his jacket pockets. My heart thudded heavily against my rib cage. He had turned too, precisely matching my route. This wasn't a coincidence. I quickly crossed to the other side of the street, hoping he might continue straight or turn away, proving I was overthinking. But the man calmly crossed the street as well, mirroring my every movement. Panic surged through me, and I felt my pulse quicken. I pulled out my phone, pretending to send a casual text message, trying to appear unaware as I glanced around for any nearby pedestrians or open shops. But the street remained empty, silent, except for my quickening breaths and the footsteps now unmistakably closer behind me. My building was still several blocks away, and I knew I had to make a decision. Instinct took over. Without warning, I broke into a run, my shoes pounding against the pavement. Adrenaline flooded my system as I sprinted, barely aware of anything but the urgent need to reach safety. A quick glance backward confirmed my worst fear. He was running now too, keeping pace effortlessly, like some dark shadow trailing me relentlessly. My breath burned in my lungs as I approached my apartment building. I fumbled desperately for my keys, terror causing my fingers to tremble uncontrollably. I could hear him clearly behind me now, the rhythmic pounding of his feet against the ground rapidly closing in. At last I reached the entrance, my shaking hands barely managing to insert the key into the lock. I practically fell inside, slamming the door behind me, turning every lock as fast as possible. Leaning against the door, gasping for air, I stood motionless, listening closely. For a moment, everything was quiet, and I briefly wondered if I'd imagined the entire ordeal. But then I heard it, footsteps approaching slowly outside. They paused directly on the other side of my door. My stomach twisted painfully as I strained to listen, fear immobilizing me completely. A sudden knock echoed sharply through my apartment, making me jump. It was soft at first, almost polite, then louder, more insistent. My heart pounded frantically as I remained frozen in place, hardly daring to breathe. His voice came next, quiet, calm, but deeply unsettling. "I know you're in there." His tone wasn't angry or threatening. It was calm, controlled, almost conversational. But somehow that made it even more terrifying. My thoughts raced as panic threatened to overwhelm me. I carefully backed away from the door, nearly stumbling over my feet as I reached for my phone again, frantically dialing 911. The dispatcher answered quickly, and I struggled to keep my voice quiet and steady, whispering urgently into the phone. "There's a man outside my apartment. He followed me home. He's at my door right now." The dispatcher remained calm, reassuring me that police officers were already en route. "Stay on the line," she instructed gently. "Don't open your door for any reason." I crouched near the hallway closet, hidden partially from view, trembling uncontrollably as I listened for any sound of movement outside. The seconds felt impossibly long. Silence stretched on painfully, the man no longer knocking, no longer speaking. It was almost worse wondering if he'd left, or if he was simply waiting patiently. Minutes later, flashing blue lights illuminated the room through my blinds. Relief surged through me as I heard muffled voices outside. A knock sounded again, this time louder, more authoritative. "Police, open up." I rushed forward, checking through the peephole first, seeing 2 uniformed officers standing outside. With shaking hands, I quickly unlocked and opened the door, nearly collapsing with relief. "Are you okay, ma'am?" one officer asked gently as they stepped inside. "Two don't know," I stammered, looking past them into the empty hallway. "He was right here. Did you see him?" The officers shook their heads, glancing toward each other briefly. "We didn't see anyone outside. He may have left before we arrived. Can you describe him?" I recounted every detail I could remember: the dark hoodie, his height, how he matched my pace exactly. They took notes carefully, assuring me they'd patrol the area thoroughly. After ensuring my apartment was secure, they advised me to lock everything and promised they'd increase patrols around my building. They handed me a card with a number to call if anything else happened. Once they left, I locked every lock again, drew the curtains tightly, and sat alone on my couch, too terrified to sleep. Questions filled my mind relentlessly. Who was that man? Why had he followed me? And why had he knocked on my door with such disturbing calmness? I didn't have answers. All I knew for certain was that he'd found me once, and I couldn't shake the chilling thought that he might return again, waiting patiently in the shadows until the police were gone and I was alone once more. I didn't sleep at all that night. Every small noise in the apartment set my nerves on edge: a distant car horn, the creak of floorboards settling. Even my own breathing seemed disturbingly loud. My mind raced, replaying every second of the evening: the quiet footsteps behind me, his shadowy figure crossing the street, the calm knocking at my door, and his chilling words, "I know you're in there." By morning, exhaustion had worn me down. Sunlight spilled through the gaps in my curtains, offering little comfort. I called my boss, explaining vaguely that I wasn't feeling well. She understood immediately. My voice must have betrayed the fear I was trying so hard to conceal. After hanging up, I sat in silence, realizing I couldn't hide forever. Detective Davis, one of the officers assigned to follow up on my case, visited later that morning. He was a serious, middle-aged man with gentle eyes that seemed genuinely concerned. We sat at my kitchen table as he asked me detailed questions about the previous night, taking careful notes and listening patiently as I recounted the terrifying events again. We checked security cameras nearby, he explained after I finished speaking. Unfortunately, the footage is limited and doesn't clearly show his face. He was very careful. Frustration gnawed at me. So he's still out there, free to come back? Davis nodded sympathetically. We're increasing patrols and following up on any leads we have. In the meantime, please stay vigilant. We'll find him. After Davis left, I paced around my small apartment, unable to shake the paranoia. Every noise sent a fresh surge of anxiety through me. Eventually, I made myself busy double-checking every window, installing additional locks, and even ordering security cameras online, determined to protect myself. In the days that followed, life became tense and isolating. I found myself constantly looking over my shoulder, paranoid whenever I ventured outside. Even a simple walk to the grocery store filled me with dread. I took different routes every day, sometimes doubling back or making unnecessary turns, just to be certain I wasn't being followed. Yet, despite my precautions, I never felt truly safe. Then, exactly 1 week after the first incident, I received a package at my doorstep. It was a plain brown box with no return address or identifying labels, only my name handwritten neatly across the top. A cold sense of dread pooled in my stomach. Carefully, I carried it inside and placed it on my kitchen counter. My hands shook as I cautiously opened the box, heart racing uncontrollably. Inside, wrapped in tissue paper, was a single photographer-candid picture taken from across the street. My stomach turned violently. It was an image of me, unaware and distracted, walking home from work just days earlier. Panic rose inside me again. He'd been watching me all along, even after the police got involved. I immediately called Detective Davis, describing the disturbing package in a voice trembling with fear. He arrived quickly, examining the box and photograph carefully. "He's sending a message," Davis said, his tone serious. "He's letting you know he's still watching." "I can't live like this," I whispered, feeling completely trapped. "He's controlling every aspect of my life." Davis offered reassurance, promising they'd intensify their investigation, and took the box and photo as evidence. Yet his promises did little to ease my fears. Days turned into weeks, and the stalker's silence became deafening. Every quiet evening was agonizing, every shadow on the street a potential threat. Sleep became nearly impossible, and my health suffered. Friends offered help, but I distanced myself, afraid they'd become targets too. Just when I'd begun to believe he might finally leave me alone, another incident shattered that hope. One evening as I arrived home, I found my apartment door slightly ajar. Instantly, my blood turned to ice. I stepped back, shaking, and called 911 immediately. Police arrived within minutes, carefully entering and clearing my apartment room by room. Detective Davis arrived shortly after, his expression grim. "He's escalating," Davis explained gently. "Breaking in is a serious escalation of behavior." Inside, the apartment was disturbingly untouched. Nothing was missing or disturbed, except for one unsettling detail: a handwritten note placed neatly on my pillow, with 4 simple words. "You can't hide forever." I broke down, overwhelmed by fear and exhaustion. Davis stood beside me, quietly supportive. "We won't let him hurt you," he promised firmly. "But for now, it's safest for you to stay elsewhere." Reluctantly, I packed a bag and moved temporarily to a hotel recommended by Davis, under police supervision. The room was anonymous and secure, yet the fear remained, deeply rooted in my mind. Each night in the unfamiliar hotel bed, I lay awake, replaying the stalker's actions, haunted by questions. Who was he? What had I done to attract his attention? One afternoon, Detective Davis called again, his tone cautiously optimistic. "We found something," he said carefully. "A security camera captured him entering your apartment building. We finally have a clear image of his face." Hope surged through me for the first time in weeks. "Do you know who he is?" "Not yet," Davis admitted, "but we're running the image through databases and circulating it widely. Someone will recognize him." 2 days later, I was sitting alone in my hotel room when Davis called urgently. "We got him," he said quickly. "His name is Mark Collins. He has a record for similar harassment cases out of state. We're bringing him in now." I felt dizzy with relief. Mark Collins, just a name, but it changed everything. Knowing his identity made him less mysterious, less powerful. Still, the idea he'd targeted others before unsettled me deeply. Later that evening, Davis visited me personally at the hotel. "He's in custody and cooperating," Davis reassured me, clearly relieved himself. "Apparently, he'd become fixated on you weeks ago after spotting you walking home. He claimed he only wanted your attention, but we know better. He's being charged with harassment and stalking. Given his history, he'll likely face significant jail time." I exhaled shakily, the weight of weeks of terror slowly lifting. "Am I really safe now?" Davis smiled gently, understanding my fear. "He won't harm you again, but recovery might take time. You'll need to heal emotionally. We're here if you need anything." The days afterward felt strange. Gradually, I returned to my apartment, installing additional security, and still cautious when I walked home. Slowly, though, life began feeling normal again. The paranoia faded slightly, replaced by a fragile sense of safety. A month later, I attended Mark Collins's court hearing. Seeing him face to face was difficult, yet empowering. He avoided eye contact, no longer mysterious or threatening. He pleaded guilty, receiving a prison sentence and strict orders never to contact or approach me again. As I left the courtroom, Detective Davis approached me, offering a comforting smile. "You did the right thing," he said warmly. "Your courage stopped him. You survived this, and you'll heal." His words resonated deeply. I knew fear would linger for a while, and my sense of safety would take time to rebuild completely. But finally, after weeks of fear, anxiety, and torment, I felt a small spark of hope. Walking home afterward, the world around me felt brighter, more open, less threatening. For the first time since that terrifying night, I felt genuinely safe. The man who had followed me home had been captured, exposed, and held accountable. He no longer had power over me. Finally, I was free. Over the next several months, I slowly reclaimed my life. Returning to a normal routine wasn't easy at first. Every evening when I walked home, my heart still skipped a beat if someone walked too closely behind me. Every knock at my door sent a ripple of anxiety through my body. But gradually, with each passing day, I felt stronger. Mark Collins was behind bars, serving his sentence, and Detective Davis continued to check in occasionally, reminding me I was safe. Still, I decided to make some significant changes. I moved from the apartment I'd once loved, knowing that staying there was only keeping the memories fresh. My new place was brighter, more secure, and closer to friends and family. My boss was understanding, allowing me to adjust my work schedule so I wouldn't have to walk home alone in the dark. Everything seemed set for me to finally feel safe and comfortable again. Yet despite my progress, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that had settled deep within me. One afternoon, as I organized boxes in my new apartment, I stumbled across the photograph Mark Collins had sent me, the image of myself he'd captured secretly from afar. I froze, the fear returning instantly. It felt invasive and raw, a reminder of how vulnerable I'd been. Determined to move forward, I contacted Detective Davis and asked what I should do with it. He suggested I bring it to the station, assuring me they'd dispose of it safely and properly. Later that afternoon, I drove to the police station, feeling a strange sense of closure as I handed the photograph over to Davis personally. As I prepared to leave, he stopped me, his expression thoughtful. "I have something important to tell you," he began cautiously. "Collins requested to speak with you from prison. I strongly advised against it, but legally, I have to inform you." My stomach tightened, dread returning. "Why would he want that?" I asked nervously. Davis shook his head gently. "He claims he wants to apologize, offer an explanation for his actions, but it's entirely up to you whether to accept." I took a deep breath, conflicted. On one hand, the idea terrified me. On the other, it might offer the final closure I needed. "Do you think it's safe?" I asked carefully. "He can't harm you," Davis assured firmly. "He'll remain securely behind glass, with guards nearby. But emotionally, it's your call." After several days of consideration and discussing it with close friends, I decided to face him one final time. Davis arranged everything carefully, ensuring my safety and comfort throughout the process. On the day of the visit, nerves overwhelmed me. I felt shaky as I entered the visitation room, heart hammering in my chest. He sat behind thick glass, looking far less threatening in prison clothes. His expression was tired, distant, nothing like the mysterious figure who once terrified me. As I took a seat, I saw something I hadn't expected in his eyes, genuine remorse. "I'm sorry," he began softly, his voice heavy with regret. "I know it means little after what I've put you through, but I truly am." I took a steadying breath, struggling to control my emotions. "Why did you do it?" I asked, my voice firm but quiet. Why target me? He hesitated, looking away briefly, embarrassed. I saw you one day walking home. You seemed kind, confident, independent, everything I wasn't. I admired that at first, but my fascination quickly turned into something unhealthy. I wanted your attention, wanted to feel important. I was wrong. His confession left me unsettled, but strangely relieved. It confirmed what I'd suspected all along, that it wasn't anything I'd done wrong. It was his own twisted obsession that had caused the situation. You terrified me, I replied calmly, holding back tears. You changed how I see the world, made me afraid to do basic things, like walk home from work. He nodded slowly, genuinely remorseful. I don't expect forgiveness, but please know I'm getting help here. I want to change, even if it's too late to fix what I've done to you. Silence hung between us briefly. Finally I spoke, voice gentle but firm. I can't forgive what you've done, but thank you for telling me why. Maybe someday you'll understand the impact you had. With that, I stood and left the room, feeling a weight lift from my shoulders. Outside, Detective Davis waited patiently, offering a reassuring smile. "Do you feel better now?" he asked softly. "I do," I admitted truthfully. It helped hearing him admit he was wrong. It gave me closure. After that meeting, life gradually returned to something resembling normalcy. I continued my career, becoming successful enough to afford extra security measures, mostly for peace of mind rather than actual fear. I spoke openly about my experience, connecting with other survivors and advocating for stronger laws protecting stalking victims. Months turned into years. Eventually, Mark Collins was released on probation, ordered by the court to live far from me and strictly monitored. Davis informed me personally, ensuring I understood all protective measures remained in place. Surprisingly, I felt no fear hearing the news. I'd grown stronger over the years, realizing my safety wasn't defined by Collins but by my own resilience. I'd survived something terrifying, and it hadn't broken me. It had made me stronger, wiser, and more aware. One evening, years after the ordeal, I walked home after a late work event. The street was quiet and peaceful. Instead of panic, I felt calmness, confidence in myself, and pride in how far I'd come. Every step felt symbolic, each footfall reclaiming the freedom I'd fought so hard to regain. Arriving home safely, I smiled, unlocking my door without hesitation or fear. Inside, my apartment felt warm, safe, a true sanctuary. I'd finally reclaimed everything he'd taken from me, my sense of security, independence, and joy. I sat quietly that night, reflecting on the journey I'd endured. The fear was gone, replaced by a deep sense of accomplishment and strength. Collins had once followed me home, filling my life with dread, but ultimately I had survived. I'd taken back control, refusing to let his actions define my life. I understood now that survival wasn't just escaping harm, it was moving forward, healing, and using my experiences to help others feel less alone. And for me, That meant more than anything else. As I went to bed that night, feeling truly at peace, I knew one thing with absolute certainty. The man who once followed me home no longer held any power over me. I'd faced him, overcome the fear, and finally moved beyond it. And now, at long last, I was genuinely free. I grew up near the desert, close enough that the barren landscape felt familiar to me from childhood. I'd spent plenty of days wandering the outskirts, but strangely enough, I'd never actually camped there. The desert always seemed too wild, too mysterious an endless space that could swallow someone whole. But eventually, curiosity outweighed caution, and a few years back, I agreed to go camping with some friends. There were 4 of us, me, Tyler, Jacob, and Sarah. We'd grown up together, so camping trips weren't unusual, but this one felt different from the start. We picked a remote spot, miles from any marked trail, hidden between jagged rock formations and sparse shrubs. It was the kind of place where, if you weren't careful, you could lose your bearings quickly. The first thing I noticed as we set up our tents and gathered wood was how incredibly silent everything was. The usual background sounds of birds, insects, or even the wind rustling through the dry grass were completely absent. It felt as if we'd walked into a vacuum. Every sound we made seemed louder in contrast, amplified by the stillness around us. "This place feels weird," Sarah said quietly, glancing around as we sat by our small campfire later that evening. She rubbed her arms as if fighting off a chill, even though the desert air was still warm. "You're just creeped out because it's so quiet," Tyler laughed, nudging her gently. "It's peaceful. Enjoy it." I didn't say anything, but I agreed with Sarah. Something felt off. I'd spent plenty of nights outside, but never in such complete silence. I tried to brush it off, convincing myself it was just nerves or imagination. As night fell, we settled into our tents. I lay awake, staring at the thin fabric ceiling, unable to shake the feeling that something was watching us from the shadows beyond the firelight. Eventually, exhaustion won out, and I drifted into an uneasy sleep. I woke suddenly sometime later, disoriented and unsure why. I lay still, listening carefully. Outside, the fire had burned low, casting faint, flickering shadows against my tent. Everything remained quiet, but something felt wrong. Then, as clearly as if someone had spoken right next to my ear, I heard my name whispered softly from outside the tent. My heart skipped, and adrenaline surged through me. I didn't move, didn't breathe. Maybe it was just one of my friends playing a prank. But the voice didn't sound like any of them. It was deeper, rougher, not entirely human. I strained to listen, hoping I'd imagined it. Then it whispered my name again, clearer this time and closer. "Come out," it urged gently, almost sweetly. "Come see." I stayed frozen, fear pinning me in place. This wasn't Tyler's playful voice or Jacob's familiar tone. It was something else, something wrong, trying to lure me outside. I thought about calling out to my friends, but my voice wouldn't cooperate. Fear had silenced me completely. Then, I heard footsteps approaching, heavy, deliberate, crunching slowly across the dirt. With each step, the breathing grew louder, raspier, like something struggling to imitate human breath. It stopped directly outside my tent. Silence again, painful, terrifying silence. A slow scratching sound started, claws gently tracing across the thin fabric of the tent, barely enough pressure to be heard clearly. My body tightened in panic. I could feel the presence just inches away, separated only by fragile nylon. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night, just lay there, rigid, staring into the dark, listening. Eventually, the scratching stopped, replaced by the soft, heavy footsteps moving away again, back into the darkness beyond the camp. But I knew it wasn't truly gone. It lingered, watching, waiting. When morning finally broke, bright sunlight flooded the campsite, driving away the shadows and making last night's events feel almost unreal. But one look at Sarah's pale face told me she'd heard something too. "You heard it, didn't you?" she whispered, pulling me aside from the others. Her voice trembled. "Yeah," I admitted quietly. "Someone whispering, footsteps, scratching my tent." Her eyes widened in fear. "Me too. I thought it was just me being paranoid." We didn't tell Tyler and Jacob, knowing they'd laugh it off as imagination or fear. Instead, we hurriedly packed up camp, not bothering to make breakfast or linger longer than necessary. None of us spoke much on the hike back to the car, each of us lost in our own uneasy thoughts. Days passed, then weeks, and I tried to convince myself I'd imagined it all some strange dream born of too many stories and late-night conversations around campfires. Life slowly returned to normal, though I avoided the desert after dark, never quite feeling comfortable out there again. But one evening, after finishing a late shift at work, I returned home to find something that brought it all rushing back. Approaching my front door, I noticed footprints pressed firmly into the dirt near my porch, too large, strangely shaped, and clearly not human. The tracks were impossibly wide, the toes elongated and claw-like. I stared at them, fear coiling in my stomach. Glancing around nervously, I noticed more prints scattered across my yard, circling the house as if someone or something had been pacing outside, peering into windows, observing my home carefully. My mind flashed back to that night in the desert, to the whispering voice and the scratching claws. The realization hit me like ice-cold water. Whatever had stalked us at our campsite had followed me home. I quickly stepped inside, locking every door and window tightly. Alone in my living room, curtains drawn, I sat anxiously, listening to every sound, every creak, wondering if I'd hear that voice again, calling softly from outside, asking me to step into the dark. That night, sleep didn't come easier at all. Instead, I lay awake, wondering exactly what I'd encountered in the desert, and worse, what I'd unknowingly brought back with me. It wasn't human, it wasn't animal, it was something older, darker, something the desert had hidden deep within itself until I'd foolishly crossed its path. Now, I knew it was watching, waiting for me to step outside and answer its call again. For days after discovering the footprints outside my house, I couldn't focus on anything else. I checked around the property every morning, nervously scanning the dirt for fresh tracks. Sometimes I thought I saw movement from the corner of my eye, a shadow slipping behind a bush or quickly ducking out of sight, but whenever I turned to look directly, nothing was there. The whole thing had started to feel like paranoia, but I knew better. Whatever had found me in the desert was real, and it had followed me home. Eventually, I told my friend Sarah about the footprints. She was the only one who'd understood how disturbing that night in the desert had truly been. "You have to show me," she insisted. "Maybe it's an animal or something explainable." "I wish," I replied quietly, "but these aren't animal tracks. Not any I've ever seen." She came over later that afternoon, following me around the side of the house to where I'd last seen the prints. They'd faded slightly, worn down by wind and weather, but their size and shape were still clear enough. Sarah knelt beside one of them, running her finger lightly along the edge of the impression. "You're right," she whispered uneasily, glancing up at me. "These aren't normal." I nodded grimly, feeling strangely validated but no less scared. Whatever made these tracks came from out there, from the desert that night. I think it's been following me. Sarah stood up slowly, brushing dirt off her hands, eyes wary. "I read something online," she admitted hesitantly. "About creatures out in the desert, skinwalkers. People say they mimic voices, lure you away. They stalk, watch, follow people home." A chill shot down my spine. I'd heard stories growing up, legends whispered among locals, but I'd never truly believed any of it until now. "You think that's what's doing this?" I asked softly, voice tight with anxiety. She hesitated, unsure. "Maybe. All the signs fit. Whispering your name, the strange voice, footprints. It all matches the stories. If it is, you're not safe." "So, what do we do?" I asked nervously, hoping she'd have an answer. She sighed, looking toward the distant horizon where desert sands stretched endlessly outward. "I don't know. Some people say to confront it directly. Others warn never to go near it, to leave offerings or prayers for protection." Neither option felt reassuring, but confronting whatever had followed me seemed impossible. What would I even say? How do you face something that might not even be human? After Sarah left, I spent the evening researching everything I could find online about skinwalkers and local legends. Stories ranged widely: shadowy figures standing at the edges of campsites, mysterious whispers at night, creatures able to mimic voices of loved ones or animals, attempting to lure people into the dark. Most frightening was the repeated warning: once they notice you, they rarely leave you alone. That night, I slept with all the lights on, curtains tightly closed. Every sound outside made me jump, branches tapping the windows, wind brushing softly against the house. Eventually, exhausted from tension and fear, I slipped into uneasy dreams. I woke abruptly hours later, heart racing. At first, I wasn't sure what had startled me awake. Then I heard it again, a faint scratching sound at the front door. I lay still, breathing shallowly, listening closely. The scratching continued softly, deliberate and rhythmic. It was the same sound I'd heard against my tent that night in the desert. Slowly, quietly, I got out of bed, moving toward the front door. My pulse thundered in my ears. Through the peephole, I saw nothing but darkness outside. The porch light had gone out, leaving shadows pooled against the entryway. The scratching paused suddenly, replaced by silence so complete it hurt my ears. Then a whisper came through the doorlow, raspy, barely audible. "Let me in." My knees nearly buckled. The voice wasn't human. It sounded strained, wrong, like something struggling to imitate human speech. "I know you're awake," it continued gently, almost sweetly, the voice shifting now, becoming more familiar. "Please open the door. It's cold outside." My heart nearly stopped. The voice now was Sarah's, perfect down to the slight tremble when she felt uneasy. But Sarah wasn't here. She couldn't be. This wasn't her. "Please," the voice pleaded softly, heartbreakingly real. "I'm scared." "Go away," I whispered harshly, forcing myself to speak. "You're not her." Silence again. Then, laughter deep, guttural laughter that rattled through my bones. "Come outside," it growled suddenly, dropping any pretense of humanity. "Come and see." I stumbled backward, locking the door again even though I knew it was already secured. Panic surged through me. I grabbed my phone, desperate to call someone, but my hands shook so badly I struggled to dial a number. Finally, Sarah picked up, groggy and confused. "It's outside," I said breathlessly, my voice cracking. "It's pretending to be you. It wants me to open the door." "I'm coming," she replied instantly, her voice alert. "Don't move. Don't answer it. Don't even look outside." She hung up, and I sat alone in my living room, shivering despite the warm house, every muscle in my body tense. Minutes dragged by slowly, painfully. The scratching had stopped, but I knew it hadn't left. I could sense its presence, patiently waiting just beyond my door. Finally, headlights illuminated the room. Sarah was here. Relief washed over me, but quickly faded as I realized she'd have to cross the yard, passing whatever was out there. I rushed to the window, carefully pulling back the curtain just enough to see her stepping from her car, scanning nervously around the darkened property. Then, in the dim porch light, I saw a dishadowed figure standing at the corner of the house, half hidden by darkness. It watched Sarah intently, posture stiff and unnatural. She moved quickly toward the front door, oblivious to the thing standing just feet away. I flung the door open, grabbing her arm and pulling her inside. She turned quickly, confused. "What's wrong?" she asked urgently. "It was right there," I said, pointing desperately toward the spot where the figure had stood moments before. Now it was empty. Nothing but shadows remained. Sarah stared quietly into the darkness for a long moment, then closed the door carefully, locking it tightly. She turned to me, eyes wide and fearful. "You're right," she whispered. "We need help." Standing together in my small, brightly lit living room, we knew this wasn't just superstition or imagination. Something ancient and dangerous had found me, and now it knew exactly where I lived. Sarah and I spent that entire night awake, pacing restlessly through the living room, occasionally peering out the window into the darkness outside. Every time we looked, the yard was empty, quiet, still. It was almost as though the previous events had never happened, except we both knew better. It had all been very real, and something was still out there, watching. As dawn finally broke, spilling soft morning light through the curtains, our nerves eased just a bit. Daylight always had a comforting way of chasing away fears, even if only temporarily. We brewed coffee, sitting silently at the kitchen table, neither of us knowing exactly what to say. "What should we do?" I finally asked, breaking the heavy silence. "We can't keep living like this, afraid to step outside, afraid to sleep." Sarah hesitated, swirling her coffee thoughtfully. "Maybe we need to talk to someone who understands the desert better than we do," she finally suggested. "Someone who knows the history and legends. At the very least, they might give us advice on how to protect ourselves." I nodded. It made sense. Growing up nearby, we'd both heard enough stories to know that people often turned to respected elders or spiritual leaders whenever something strange occurred. We hadn't been particularly superstitious ourselves, but given recent events, neither of us dismissed the idea now. Sarah made a few phone calls, eventually finding someone, a respected Navajo elder named Thomas, who lived just outside of town. He'd grown up in this desert, spending his life teaching others about the land, its history, and its stories. After hearing a brief explanation, Thomas agreed to meet us later that day. The drive to Thomas's house was quiet, filled with anxious uncertainty. We eventually arrived at a modest home, set against the backdrop of vast desert and distant mountains. Thomas greeted us warmly at the door, tall man with gray hair and deep lines etched by years spent beneath harsh sunlight. He invited us inside, sitting calmly across from us at his small kitchen table. "Tell me exactly what happened," he said gently, eyes kind yet serious. We recounted the events carefully, sparing no detail: the whispering voice, the scratching, the footprints, and the figure outside my home. Thomas listened quietly, never interrupting, nodding thoughtfully as we spoke. When we finished, he took a slow breath, looking carefully between us. "I've heard similar stories," he began calmly. "The desert hides many things. Our people have long known there are places here where the line between the world we see and the one we don't is very thin. Sometimes things cross that line, things we can't easily understand." "You mean skinwalkers?" Sarah asked nervously, her voice quiet. Thomas paused, carefully choosing his words. "That's a name often used, yes, but it's complicated. The word is sometimes used too loosely by those who don't fully understand. But whatever you encountered sounds very real, and it clearly noticed you." I felt a chill move through me at his words. "What can we do?" I asked, trying to control my nerves. Thomas looked directly at me, his expression calm and reassuring. "First, you must respect the fact that it exists. Don't dismiss it as imagination. But don't give it power over you either. These things feed on fear, on uncertainty. You must reclaim your space, make it clear you're aware, but refuse to let it control your life." Sarah glanced nervously at me, clearly uncertain. "But how?" she asked quietly. Thomas stood slowly, motioning for us to follow him outside. Behind his home, he walked us to a small fire pit, carefully built and neatly maintained. When you're back home tonight, light a fire outside, one that's visible, one you watch carefully. Sit together, stay calm, speak clearly. Tell it firmly that you're aware it's there, but it's not welcome. Do not speak in fear or anger, simply in strength. He picked up a small pouch from nearby, placing it gently in my hand. Burn this sage while you speak. Let the smoke cleanse your space, your mind, and your spirit. Our ancestors have done this for generations. It helps. We thanked Thomas, leaving his home feeling hopeful yet anxious. Neither of us fully understood what we were dealing with, but at least we now had guidance, something tangible to do besides just being afraid. That evening we returned to my house, preparing carefully. We built a small fire in the backyard, following Thomas's instructions exactly. As darkness fell around us, the flames flickered warmly, the smell of burning sage drifting gently upward, calming our nerves slightly. We sat quietly for a long time, the fire crackling softly. Eventually, gathering my courage, I spoke aloud, clearly and steadily, addressing whatever presence might still be nearby. "I know you're here," I said calmly, firmly. "You've made yourself known, and we've noticed. But this is my homey life, and you're not welcome here anymore. I'm asking you to leave us alone." Sarah spoke next, her voice steady despite the fear we'd both felt. "We respect that you exist. We respect that this land has history we might not understand fully, but we ask that you respect us too. Please leave us alone now." We sat quietly afterward, listening closely to the silence around us. At first, nothing changed, but after several moments, we both felt something subtly shift. The air grew lighter, warmer somehow, as if a pressure had lifted. The rest of the night passed quietly, without incident. We eventually moved back inside, still cautious but feeling safer than we had in days. In the days and weeks that followed, nothing strange happened. No more footprints appeared in the yard. No strange voices whispered outside the windows, and gradually, we both began to relax. Life slowly returned to normal, though we remained cautious, always aware that there was more to the desert than we could ever fully understand. Months later, I went back to see Thomas again. He smiled warmly as he greeted me at the door, asking how things had been. "It's better," I admitted honestly. "We haven't seen or heard anything else since we did what you said." Thomas nodded gently, placing a reassuring hand on my shoulder. "Good. These things are powerful, but so is the strength of your spirit. You learned something important, something our people have known for generations. Respect the land, respect what lives in it, but don't give your fear power over your life." I left his home that day feeling stronger, wiser, and far more respectful of the desert I'd always called home. I knew I'd never understand everything that lived beneath the stars out there, but I no longer feared it, not completely. Sarah and I continued camping over the years, always careful, always respectful. Occasionally, we'd think back to those nights when something we couldn't fully explain had come into our lives. We shared the story only with those who understood and respected it, always careful not to treat it lightly. And though I never forgot those strange events, I knew I'd gained something valuable, the ability to face what frightened me and reclaim my space, my home, and my life. The desert was no longer a place of fear. It had become a place of careful respect, quiet strength, and peaceful understanding. I've lived in the same neighborhood since I was a kid, and as long as I can remember, people talked about the old abandoned house at the end of Maple Street. The place always seemed out of place, dark, uninviting, surrounded by an overgrown lawn and covered in peeling paint. You could barely see it through the trees, but it was always there, just lurking at the edge of our otherwise pleasant community. Growing up, I heard all the stories kids tell each other about houses like that. They said it was haunted, of course. They claimed that late at night, especially around Halloween, you could hear children laughing and playing inside, even though no one had lived there for decades. I always dismissed those tales, convinced they were just stories told to scare little kids or give teenagers an excuse to explore. But one Halloween night when I was 18, I finally decided to find out for myself. It wasn't my idea at first. It started as a dare from my friend Luke, who always liked to push the limits. "You're always saying the house isn't haunted," Luke said with a teasing grin, leaning against the hood of my car. "If you're so sure, prove it. We'll all go." Standing next to Luke were my other friends, Emma and Brandon. They both smiled nervously, clearly excited but slightly hesitant. "Come on," Emma said quietly, trying to sound brave. "It'll be fun, and if nothing happens, we can finally prove everyone wrong." I hesitated for a moment, feeling slightly uneasy, but quickly brushed it off. It was just an old, empty house, nothing more. "All right," I agreed finally, looking confidently at Luke. "Let's do it." We waited until around 11 o'clock, when the neighborhood had quieted down after trick-or-treaters had returned home. Dressed warmly and armed with flashlights, the four of us walked cautiously down Maple Street toward the house. The air felt colder, sharper than usual, carrying the scent of fallen leaves and wood smoke from distant chimneys. The street was quiet, illuminated faintly by porch lights and Halloween decorations left glowing in the night. As we approached the house, my pulse quickened slightly. It felt bigger up close, darker and more intimidating. A rusted fence surrounded the property, with a gate that creaked loudly when we pushed it open. Once inside, everything seemed even quieter. The noises of our neighborhood disappeared, replaced by an unsettling silence that made our footsteps sound louder than they should. The front door hung open slightly, hinges rusted and paint cracked from years of neglect. Luke stepped inside first, shining his flashlight into the entryway. The rest of us followed cautiously, scanning the darkness for anything unusual. Inside, the air smelled musty and damp, like mildew mixed with dust. Wallpaper peeled off the walls in curling strips, exposing stained plaster beneath. The furniture, what little remained, sat covered in thick sheets, hiding whatever was underneath. It was clear no one had been here in years, maybe decades. We stood still, listening carefully. Nothing. No laughter, no whispers, just silence. Luke shot me a smug look. "See?" he whispered confidently. "Nothing here." "Let's check upstairs," Brandon suggested softly, clearly feeling more confident now. "If we're doing this, we might as well see the whole place." Slowly, we climbed the staircase, stepping carefully to avoid rotted spots. At the top, a hallway stretched in both directions, lined with doors that were mostly closed. Emma stepped forward and gently pushed open the nearest one. The door creaked loudly, echoing through the empty house. Inside was an old bedroom. An iron-frame bed stood in the corner, rusted and bare. A broken dresser leaned against one wall, drawers hanging open, empty. Emma shivered slightly, stepping back. "This feels wrong," she whispered nervously, glancing at me. I nodded quietly, feeling the same unease. But Luke pushed forward, determined. "Come on, guys," he said impatiently. "There's nothing here." We moved down the hallway, exploring each room carefully, finding nothing but dust and decay. Just as I was starting to feel relaxed, believing we'd proven our point, Emma stopped suddenly, raising her hand. "Listen," she whispered urgently. We froze, straining to hear what had caught her attention. For a moment, there was nothing but silence. Then, softly, faintly, I heard a quiet sound drifting toward us from somewhere above. Children's laughter, distant but clear, floated through the empty rooms. My blood ran cold. Luke turned pale, eyes wide. "Is someone up there?" Brandon whispered nervously, looking toward the attic stairs at the far end of the hallway. "Maybe it's just neighborhood kids," Luke offered weakly, his usual confidence wavering. Emma shook her head. "It's nearly midnight. Why would kids be playing up there now?" The laughter continued, quiet but unmistakable, floating down from above. Slowly, we moved toward the narrow attic stairs, our flashlight beams trembling slightly. With each creaking step upward, the laughter grew louder, clearer. It was playful, innocent yet deeply unsettling. At the attic door we paused, looking nervously at each other. Luke finally reached out and pushed the door open. It swung inward slowly, revealing a large, shadowy attic filled with discarded furniture and boxes, all covered in thick dust and cobwebs. But the laughter had stopped abruptly. Now silence pressed around us again, heavier than before. My heart raced painfully as I scanned the darkness, feeling watched. "Hello?" Emma called softly, her voice shaking. "Is someone here?" No answer, only silence. Then, in the far corner of the attic, I noticed small figures standing motionless in the shadows. My throat tightened as fear surged through me. Luke shone his flashlight toward them, the beam shaking slightly. The figures were small, childlike silhouettes that stood completely still, facing us silently. We stepped back slowly, instinctively sensing danger. As we began turning away, ready to run, the laughter erupted again, but now it was louder, sharper, right behind us. We spun around, flashlights sweeping wildly. Nothing was there, only darkness. Panicked, we bolted from the attic, stumbling down the stairs and running through the house toward the front door. The laughter followed us, echoing through the empty rooms, playful yet terrifying. It chased us until we burst out into the yard, gasping for breath, hearts pounding. We didn't stop running until we reached the safety of the street, away from the house and its hidden secrets. Only then did we turn back, looking at the darkened building that stood silently in the night, as if nothing had happened at all. But we knew differently. Something was there, hidden within its walls. Something that had watched us, laughed at us, and made itself known. And now, I finally believed. In the days that followed our encounter in the abandoned house, the four of us tried our best to forget about what had happened. But that proved nearly impossible. Each of us dealt with it differently. Luke insisted it had been some kind of prank or misunderstanding. Brandon didn't talk much about it at all, quietly avoiding the subject whenever it came up. Emma and I, however, couldn't let it go. The experience had shaken us deeply, lingering in our thoughts constantly. A few weeks later, Emma called me late one evening. Her voice sounded nervous and hesitant. "Can we talk? It's about the house," she said softly. "Of course," I replied, sensing something was wrong. "What's going on?" Emma paused, seeming unsure how to continue. "Have you gone past the house since that night?" she finally asked. "Only once or twice," I admitted, "but never close. It gives me a weird feeling now." She exhaled slowly, sounding relieved. I felt the same. "I went by it yesterday," she said carefully. "It was daytime, so I figured it would be fine. But when I walked past, I thought I saw someone standing in one of the upstairs windows." I felt a chill go through me. "Like who?" I asked quietly, already knowing the answer wouldn't be good. "I'm not sure," Emma replied, her voice shaky. "It looked small, like a child. At first, I thought it was just a reflection or shadow, but it moved. It stepped back, like it didn't want me to see it." I didn't say anything at first, processing what she'd said. The same unease I'd felt that night returned, making my chest tight. "Did you tell Luke or Brandon?" I asked eventually. Emma sighed softly. "I mentioned it to Luke, but he just laughed it off. He thinks I'm imagining things." Brandon seemed nervous and changed the subject immediately. "We need to figure out what's happening there," I finally said, feeling both dread and determination. "If someone's inside, maybe they need help." Emma hesitated. "Are you saying we should go back?" I didn't answer right away. The thought terrified me, but it also felt wrong to ignore it. What if someone was hiding inside, maybe lost or scared? As frightening as it sounded, I knew Emma was right. "Maybe we should," I replied slowly, "but not at night, and not just the two of us." Emma agreed, relief evident in her voice. "Okay, tomorrow afternoon?" "Yeah," I said, though uncertainty lingered. "I'll call Luke and Brandon again." The next day, Luke reluctantly agreed to join us, and Brandon, after some convincing, also decided to come along. None of us seemed thrilled about revisiting the house, but knowing we wouldn't be alone provided some comfort. We met at the corner of Maple Street around 3 o'clock. The neighborhood felt different during the day, less threatening, almost welcoming. But as we approached the old house, that feeling quickly disappeared. Even in daylight, it seemed to carry a strange, unsettling energy. We cautiously entered through the front gate, moving slowly toward the door. Luke stepped ahead, pushing the door open with a familiar creak. Inside, the house was exactly as we'd left it. Dusty, dark, filled with the smell of decay. We scanned the rooms carefully, flashlights unnecessary now, but carried anyway out of caution. "Should we go upstairs?" Brandon asked softly, clearly reluctant. Emma nodded, determination mixing with nervousness. "That's where I saw someone." We climbed the staircase again, moving more cautiously than before. As we reached the hallway, a soft sound came from one of the rooms, just a small, quiet creak, but enough to freeze us all in place. Luke glanced back nervously, losing his usual confidence. "Hello?" he called, his voice wavering slightly. "Is anyone here?" No answer, just silence. We moved slowly toward the sound, carefully pushing open the door. The room was empty, just a dusty chair and old toys scattered across the floor. But something felt different this time. The air felt colder, heavier, as if we'd entered a space meant to be left alone. Then, behind us, another noise, faint but unmistakable. Soft footsteps moved down the hallway, retreating from where we stood. My heart raced, my breath catching in my throat. "Who's there?" Luke shouted, turning quickly toward the sound. We moved together toward the hallway, just in time to see a small figure dart into another room further down. Without thinking, we rushed after it, curiosity overcoming our fear. The room it had entered stood open at the end of the hall, leading to a small set of stairs we hadn't noticed before. Luke hesitated briefly, then moved forward, determination taking hold again. "Come on," he whispered urgently. We followed closely, climbing the narrow staircase carefully. At the top was a hidden room, partially obscured by darkness. As we stepped inside, we saw something unexpected. Drawings scattered across the floor, faded crayon marks depicting stick figures and smiling faces. Old toys sat neatly in one corner, carefully arranged, as if someone had been playing recently. "This doesn't make sense," Brandon murmured, glancing around uneasily. "Who would be playing here? This stuff looks ancient." Emma bent down, carefully picking up one of the drawings. It depicted 4 stick figures holding hands, standing outside a house that looked eerily similar to this one. Beneath it, scribbled in messy handwriting, were 4 names. Emma's face turned pale as she read them aloud softly. Luke, Brandon, Emma, and me. A chill swept through the room. How was that possible? Who had drawn this, and when? "Someone's messing with us," Luke whispered, voice strained with uncertainty. Then, from the room below, laughter drifted upward again, clear, distinct, unmistakably children's laughter. We froze, fear gripping us tightly. The sound grew louder, echoing gently, surrounding us completely. It wasn't playful anymore. Now it felt almost mocking, as if amused by our confusion. "Let's get out," I said urgently, my voice shaking. "Now." We quickly moved toward the stairs, the laughter still ringing clearly around us. Just before leaving, I glanced back toward the toys in the corner and my heart stopped. They had moved. No longer neatly arranged, they now lay scattered randomly across the floor. We stumbled down the stairs, rushing from the room and back down the hallway. The laughter continued, following us closely, echoing in the walls. Finally, bursting out the front door into daylight again, we stood panting, shaking, unable to speak. Eventually, Luke broke the silence, eyes wide and frightened. "That wasn't someone messing with us," he said quietly, finally convinced. "Something's really wrong with this place." We knew he was right. What we had just experienced wasn't a prank or imagination, it was something real, something we couldn't explain. As we walked away from the house again, each of us felt its presence behind us, silently watching, waiting for us to return. We didn't look back, afraid of what we might see. But deep down, we knew this wasn't over yet. The house had shown us something we couldn't ignore, something we couldn't easily forget, and now it seemed unwilling to let us go. After the second visit to the old house, none of us talked much for a while. We tried to pretend life could just go back to normal, that we could forget the laughter, the drawings, and the strange figure we'd seen. But something had shifted. Whatever we had awakened in that house wasn't easily ignored, and as much as we tried to deny it, we all felt it. Emma was the first to admit openly that things had changed. A few days after the second encounter, she texted me late at night, asking if I could come over. When I arrived at her house, she looked exhausted, pale, her eyes lined from lack of sleep. "I keep dreaming about the house," she said quietly as we sat on her porch, the cool night air brushing past us. "Every night since we went back, I see that room, the drawings, the toys scattered everywhere, and in the dreams, someone whispers our names." I nodded slowly, understanding exactly what she meant. I'd had similar dreams, too vivid and unsettling to ignore. "Me too," I admitted quietly. "It's like something wants us to come back again." Emma shivered slightly, wrapping her arms around herself. "But why us? Why did it choose our names? It doesn't make sense." "I don't know," I said honestly, "but Luke and Brandon must be feeling it too, even if they won't admit it." Emma looked down at the porch steps, hesitant. "Maybe we need to talk to them again. We can't keep pretending nothing's happening. Whatever this is, it's getting worse." The next day, we met at a local diner, somewhere bright and public, hoping it might ease the tension that hung between us. Luke seemed restless, anxious, while Brandon avoided making eye contact altogether. It was clear neither wanted to discuss the house again, but Emma and I knew we couldn't ignore it any longer. "Have either of you been having dreams?" Emma finally asked, breaking the awkward silence at the table. Luke shifted uncomfortably, staring down at his coffee. "What kind of dreams?" "About the house. Emma pressed gently. The drawings we found, the voices. Brandon looked up sharply, his expression tense. You've been hearing voices too? I nodded slowly. Yeah, whispers mostly, saying our names, calling us back. Luke exhaled sharply, rubbing his face. This is crazy. Houses don't whisper or draw pictures of people. It has to be someone messing with us. But who? Emma countered firmly. No one even knew we were going there. And who would spend time arranging old toys and making drawings of us as kids? That doesn't even make sense. Luke shook his head, visibly struggling. Maybe it's just a weird coincidence. You don't believe that, I said quietly, meeting his gaze. We all saw and heard the same thing. It's not a coincidence. Brandon spoke up suddenly, his voice shaky but determined. I think we disturbed something we weren't supposed to see. What do you mean? Emma asked gently, leaning forward slightly. He hesitated, glancing around nervously. I talked to my grandmother about it yesterday. She's lived in town all her life. She told me things about the house that I'd never heard before. We leaned closer, listening intently. Brandon took a deep breath before continuing. Years ago, long before we were born, a family lived there, a mother, father, and their 2 children. One night there was a fire. The parents got out, but the kids didn't make it. A heavy silence settled over the table. Emma's eyes widened, her face pale. Luke stared blankly, disbelief fading into reluctant understanding. Brandon continued slowly, his voice quiet but firm. My grandmother said people started hearing laughter from the house soon after. They thought it was grief playing tricks on them, but the stories never stopped. Eventually, everyone just avoided the place. Luke sat back, visibly shaken. Why haven't we heard that story before? Brandon shrugged. People stopped talking about it openly years ago. It became something they whispered privately, something best left alone. Emma glanced nervously around the table. So, what if they're trying to reach us, the kids who died? Maybe they just want someone to know they're still there. I considered Emma's words carefully. It sounded possible, yet deeply unsettling. If the children had died tragically, their presence might linger, confused or lost, unable to move on. Luke rubbed his face, clearly uncomfortable with the idea. So, what are we supposed to do? We can't just keep going back there. Emma nodded gently, her voice soft but determined. Maybe we don't have to keep going back. Maybe we just need to acknowledge them, let them know we understand. Brandon shifted uneasily. How do we do that? We can try going there once more, Emma suggested hesitantly. But this time, with respect, we go together, say something kind, let them know we're sorry for what happened. Maybe that'll give them peace. The idea frightened me, yet it also felt strangely right. We'd entered the house out of curiosity and disbelief, but maybe if we returned differently, respectfully, the spirits, if that's what they were, would find peace. Luke sighed deeply, clearly conflicted. I don't want to do this, but I'll go, only because I want this to be over. We agreed to return one final time, to confront whatever awaited us in that house openly, honestly, and respectfully. The next afternoon, we stood once again outside the old, abandoned home, feeling the familiar unease return. But this time, we approached slowly, deliberately, speaking softly as we stepped inside. "Hello," Emma said gently, her voice clear and calm. "We know you're here, and we're sorry for what happened to you." We stood silently listening. Nothing at first, just quiet emptiness. Then very softly, we heard the faintest hint of laughter again. This time, it didn't feel frightening. It felt almost welcoming, gentle, relieved somehow. As we stood there, something shifted within the house. The heaviness we'd felt before lifted gradually, replaced by calm. A gentle warmth filled the air, as though someone had finally understood our intentions. Emma spoke again, carefully choosing her words. "You can rest now. You don't have to stay here. We're sorry no one helped you before." We waited quietly, feeling the peaceful silence settle around us. The house no longer seemed threatening or mysterious, it just felt empty, sad, a place once filled with life, now quietly waiting to be forgotten. Eventually, we stepped outside again, back into daylight. For the first time, we didn't feel watched or followed. The presence had faded, replaced by a gentle calmness that felt sincere, genuine. In the days and weeks afterward, our dreams returned to normal. The whispers stopped, and gradually, we felt comfortable again. We rarely spoke of the house after that, but each of us understood something important had happened. There's something we'd probably never fully explain, but had managed to resolve somehow. The old house still stood at the end of Maple Street, unchanged to anyone else who walked by. But for us, it was different. It had shown us that sometimes all the unseen world needs is acknowledgement, respect, and a quiet understanding. We'd given it that, and in return, it had allowed us to finally move on. Time passed, and gradually our experience at the old house faded into the background of our lives. Luke, Emma, Brandon, and I didn't talk about it much after that final visit. We weren't intentionally ignoring what had happened, but it seemed unnecessary to bring it up again. After all, the strange laughter had stopped, the dreams had ceased, and the quiet unease that once hovered over Maple Street was finally gone. But every now and then, especially around Halloween, I'd find myself thinking about that house. It stood silent and abandoned as ever, yet somehow it felt different. Now when I walked past it, I didn't feel fear or dread. Instead, there was only a quiet sadness, a silent reminder of the tragedy we had uncovered. Emma was the one who decided that we should mark what had happened, if only in a small, private way. About a year later, around Halloween again, she called us all together. We met at a coffee shop near Maple Street, and she told us her plan. "I think we should do something for the kids," she explained gently, sipping her coffee thoughtfully. "They deserve to be remembered, not as ghost stories, but as real people." Brandon nodded immediately, clearly moved by her idea. Luke hesitated for a moment, then slowly agreed. Deep down, we all knew it was the right thing to do. The next morning, we gathered outside the house one final time. Emma brought flower simple, white daisy sand. We carefully placed them at the front porch, near the broken steps. For a moment, none of us spoke. We stood there quietly, absorbing the peaceful silence that now surrounded the old home. Emma finally broke the silence, her voice calm and gentle. "We hope you're at peace now. We're sorry for what you went through." Her words hung in the air for a moment, and then drifted away softly on the morning breeze. No laughter echoed back this time, no whispers or strange movements. There was only a quiet stillness that felt oddly comforting. Eventually, we walked away from the house again, returning to our lives with a deeper sense of closure. From that day onward, the house no longer felt haunted or menacing. It was just an old, forgotten home where a sad event had once happened, but where peace had finally returned. In the years that followed, we each went our separate ways. Luke moved out of town for college, eventually settling in another state entirely. Brandon stayed local, working in a nearby city, while Emma and I continued living in the same neighborhood. Close friends who occasionally revisited old memories, though rarely that one particular memory. But no matter how far we traveled or how busy our lives became, the experience remained quietly meaningful for each of us. It had changed something within us, taught us compassion, empathy, and respect for things beyond easy explanation. It also taught us not to dismiss the stories we once shrugged off as mere legend stories that sometimes held deeper truths. Several years later, a development project was announced in the neighborhood. The old abandoned house on Maple Street was scheduled to be demolished, replaced by new homes for young families. When Emma heard the news, she immediately reached out to the rest of us. We gathered once more, older, wiser, and far removed from the fearful teenagers we'd once been. We stood together on Maple Street, watching as workers carefully began removing the old structure piece by piece. None of us felt sadness this time, though. Instead, we watched with quiet gratitude, knowing the place had finally served its purpose, that its story was complete. As the demolition continued, neighbors gathered, sharing stories about the house, some repeating familiar ghost tales we'd all once laughed about. Listening quietly, Emma finally spoke up, surprising us all. "Actually," she said gently, "there's a true story behind that house. 2 children lived there once. They passed away in a fire many years ago. We should remember them, not just the spooky stories." People around us nodded thoughtfully, the mood shifting from curiosity to quiet respect. Luke squeezed Emma's shoulder gently, and Brandon smiled faintly, clearly moved. For a moment, it felt as though the neighborhood finally understood what we had learned all those years ago, that beneath the legends and ghostly whispers, real people had lived and suffered and deserved to be remembered. After the house was completely removed, a small community park was built on the site. Families moved into new homes nearby, and life returned to Maple Street, lively and cheerful again. But tucked away in the park, near a small bench under a newly planted oak tree, Emma arranged for a simple plaque to be placed. It read, "In memory of two young souls who left this world too soon, but who are not forgotten." Every now and then, especially around autumn when leaves fell and pumpkins lined porches again, we'd visit the park together. Sitting quietly by the plaque, we'd talk about our lives, our families, and occasionally about the strange night that had once frightened us deeply, yet taught us something valuable. We knew we'd probably never fully understand everything we experienced. Were there truly spirits trapped in that house? Or had we simply encountered echoes of the past, somehow preserved by tragedy and loneliness? The answers didn't matter much to us anymore. What mattered was that we'd faced something difficult together and emerged stronger, wiser, and more compassionate. We'd learned to look beyond fear, beyond the chilling laughter and unsettling whispers, to the truth beneath it all, that everyone, even those we can no longer see or fully understand, deserves kindness and acknowledgement. In time, we all started families of our own. We raised our children to be open-minded, thoughtful, and respectful of the stories that others might dismiss too quickly. And each Halloween, as we walked our own neighborhoods, seeing young children laughing and playing, we'd smile gently, remembering those who once laughed unseen within the walls of a forgotten house. The abandoned house was gone now, replaced by warmth, laughter, and new memories. But the lessons we'd learned there stayed with us, a gentle reminder that some things, though mysterious and perhaps unknowable, were still worth remembering, still worth honoring. And somewhere deep within us, we knew the children we'd encountered that strange Halloween night had finally found the peace they'd long sought, no longer trapped or forgotten, but gently remembered, quietly respected, and forever at rest. The first time I met my neighbor, I didn't think much of him. I had just moved into the apartment a few days before. It wasn't anything fancy, just a small one-bedroom in an old brick building, the kind with creaky floors and doors that didn't quite shut all the way unless you yanked them. But the rent was cheap, and it was close to work. That was all I cared about. I was coming back from a grocery run when I saw him. He was standing in the hallway outside his door, just a few feet from mine. An older man, maybe late 60s, with neatly combed gray hair and clothes that looked a little too formal for just lounging around the house, button-up shirt, slacks, polished shoes. He had the look of someone who had been waiting. I nodded politely. "Evening." His face lit up in a way that immediately made me uneasy. "Oh, you're the new tenant," he said, his voice warm and slightly breathless, like he'd been caught off guard. Finally, someone moved in. I was wondering when I'd get a new neighbor. He stuck out his hand. His grip was too firm, fingers cold and dry like paper. "I'm Mr. Langley," he said. I shifted my grocery bag to my other hand. "Nice to meet you. I'm Dan." He didn't let go right away. His pale blue eyes flicked over me, studying my face, my hands, like he was trying to memorize me. Then, finally, He released his grip. I forced a small smile and took a step toward my door. Well, I should. Have you seen my wife? I stopped. I wasn't sure I had heard him right. What? My wife. He tilted his head slightly, still watching me. I was just wondering if you'd seen her. I hesitated. I had no idea what to say. I'd never seen anyone else coming or going from his apartment, and in the few days I'd been living there, I hadn't heard any voices from inside. Maybe she was at work, running errands? I cleared my throat. No, sorry, haven't seen her. He exhaled softly, like that answer meant something to him. Then he smiled again. Of course, of course. I nodded, awkwardly shifting my weight. Well, I should get inside, I said. His smile stayed fixed, but there was something strained in it now, like he wanted to say something else, but was holding back. Then, just before I stepped inside, he said, "It's good to have someone here again." Something about the way he said it made my stomach tighten. I shut the door quickly. The next day, I saw him again. I was leaving for work, locking my door, when I felt the distinct sensation of being watched. I turned my head and nearly jumped. Mr. Langley was standing in his doorway, staring at me. His door was cracked just enough for him to peer out, his pale eyes locked onto me. I forced a tight smile. Morning. He smiled back. Good morning. He didn't move, didn't step out, didn't blink. Just stood there, watching me. The entire way down the hall, I could feel his eyes on my back. At first, I chalked it up to him being lonely. Old guy, probably lived alone, maybe had memory issues, maybe his wife had passed away, and he just hadn't accepted it yet. That thought made me feel a little guilty. Maybe I had been too cold to him. But then it kept happening. Every time I left my apartment, there he was. Some days, it was subtle. His door would be open just a crack, the sliver of his pale face visible in the dim light of his apartment. Other days, he was standing right there, waiting for me. Every time he asked the same thing, "Have you seen my wife?" And every time, I told him no. But the way he reacted, it was like he expected me to say something else. One night, I heard a knock at my door. I had just gotten home from work, exhausted, barely finished kicking off my shoes when I heard it. Soft, rhythmic. Knock, knock, knock. I frowned and checked the peephole. "Mr. Langley." I sighed. I considered not answering, pretending I wasn't home, but something told me he already knew I was inside. I opened the door just a few inches. "Hey, Mr. Langley, everything okay?" He was smiling. His hands were folded neatly in front of him, and he had that same too intense look in his eyes. "I wanted to bring you something." Before I could say anything, he lifted a plate wrapped in foil. "Banana bread," he said. I hesitated. I wasn't about to accept mystery-baked goods from a man who spent all his time staring at me. But I didn't want to be rude either. I forced a small laugh. "Oh, wow, thanks, that's really nice of you." He nodded slowly. She always liked to bake. I blinked. Your wife? His smile stretched. Yes. Then his fingers tightened around the plate. For the first time, I noticed how long and bony his hands were, his knuckles sharp, skin stretched too tight. I swallowed. Yeah, thanks. I'll try some later. He didn't hand me the plate, just kept holding it, like he was thinking about something. Then finally he stepped back. It's good to have company again. I nodded quickly and shut the door. I stood there for a moment, listening. After a few seconds, I heard his door close. I locked mine. I threw the banana bread away. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about him, his expression, the way his fingers had tightened around that plate. Then, just as I was finally starting to doze off, something creaked. I sat up fast. It had come from inside my apartment. I held my breath, ears straining. Silence. Then, a slow, deliberate tap. I turned my head toward my closet. The door was slightly open. It hadn't been open before. I felt my pulse jump. I reached for my phone and turned on the flashlight. The beam cut through the darkness, spilling into the gap in the closet door. Nothing. Just the usual shirts, shoes, my suitcase. But something still felt wrong. I got up, my legs stiff, and walked to the closet. I gripped the door and yanked it open the rest of the way. Nothing. I exhaled. Maybe I had left it open earlier without realizing. I shut it again, double-checking that it clicked closed. But as I climbed back into bed, I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been inside my apartment. And worse, that they had been hiding. I didn't sleep much after that night. Every time I closed my eyes, my mind kept replaying that tap, the barely open closet door, the feeling that someone had been inside my apartment, watching me sleep. But I had checked. No one was there. The door was locked. It had to be my imagination. Right? That's what I told myself the next morning. I got up, went through my routine, and tried to act normal, but something in me had shifted. I felt watched. Even when I was alone, even when my door was locked, I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't the only person in that apartment. And then there was Mr. Langley. I left for work around 8 a.m. When I stepped into the hallway, I was expecting to see him. He was always there, standing in his doorway, watching me. But this time, the hallway was empty. His door was shut. No sliver of a pale face peeking through, no small, polite questions about his wife. I should have felt relieved. Instead, my stomach twisted. I walked to the stairs, forcing myself not to think about him. But just as I reached the first step, his door creaked open. I stopped cold. I turned my head slowly, my breath tight in my throat. Mr. Langley was standing just inside the doorway, watching me. His face looked different today, less friendly. The polite smile was still there, but it didn't reach his eyes. For a second, neither of us spoke. Then softly he said, You didn't eat the bread. My pulse jumped. My throat felt dry. Sorry, I forgot about it. He didn't blink. That's a shame, he murmured. Something about the way he said it made my skin crawl. I forced a tight smile and turned away. Gotta run late for work. I walked down the stairs faster than usual, my ears straining for any sound behind me. But all I heard was his door shutting. Soft, final. I worked late that night, trying to push the whole thing from my mind. By the time I got back, the hallway was dark and silent. Mr. Langley's door was shut, no sign of him. Still, I hurried inside and locked my door behind me. I checked the windows, checked the closet, checked under the bed. Nothing. I was alone. I grabbed a beer from the fridge, sat on the couch, and turned on the television. The noise helped, made the apartment feel normal again. Then, halfway through my drink, something moved in my peripheral vision. I turned my head fast. The hallway light outside flickered. Then, through the peephole, a shadow. I felt my breath catch. Someone was standing outside my door. I stood up slowly, my pulse hammering. I didn't move closer, just waited. The shadow shifted slightly. Then, knock, knock. Soft, rhythmic. My fingers tightened around the beer bottle. I exhaled, forcing myself to sound normal. Who is it? Silence. Then finally a voice. Have you seen my wife? Mr. Langley. I gritted my teeth. Mr. Langley, it's late. I know. He sounded calm, unbothered. Then he added, you should go to bed. Something cold curled in my stomach. I'm serious, I said, stepping closer to the door. It's too late for this. Silence. Then, just as soft. You shouldn't leave your window unlocked. My body went rigid. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. My window was locked. Wasn't it? I turned and walked straight to my bedroom. The curtains were still drawn. Everything looked normal. But when I stepped closer, I saw it. The lock turned halfway, like someone had tried to open it. I locked it. Then I backed away, breathing hard. I didn't check the peephole again. I didn't want to see if he was still standing there. I just went back to the couch, turned up the volume, and waited for morning. The next day, I told myself I was done being polite. If Mr. Langley knocked again, I wasn't answering. I wasn't going to humor him anymore. But he didn't knock. He didn't do anything. His door stayed shut. And, for the first time since moving in, I didn't see him at all. No shadow in the peephole, no whisper from the hallway. Nothing. Maybe I had scared him off. Maybe he finally got the hint. Or maybe he was just waiting. That night, I checked the window lock 3 times before going to bed. I still felt uneasy, but exhaustion finally took over. I fell asleep fast. Then, sometime in the middle of the night. A sound, a faint shuffle. I stirred, blinking into the darkness. Then, a soft click. The closet. My blood went cold. I turned over slowly, my breath tight in my throat. The closet door was open. Not much, just a crack. But I had shut it before bed. I stared, heart hammering. Then, a soft, deliberate sigh from inside the closet. I sat up fast. My mind screamed at me to move, to grab my phone, to run. Then something shifted. A slow, quiet movement. I reached for the lamp, my hands shaking. Flicked it on. The light filled the room. The closet was empty. Just my clothes, my suitcase, nothing else. I stood up, breathing hard. Then I noticed something. Laid out neatly on my bed. A dress. Women's clothing. A dress, a pair of heels and stockings, folded carefully on my pillow. I felt my whole body turn numb. I backed away, barely able to process it. Then I saw the note. A small piece of paper, placed neatly next to the dress. I picked it up, my fingers shaking. The handwriting was neat, precise. She always liked this one. I dropped the note and grabbed my phone. I called the police. I didn't care if they thought I was overreacting. I didn't care if there was no proof. I just wanted out. As I stood there, heart racing, waiting for someone to pick up, I realized something. The window, the lock, it had been halfway turned, like someone had tried to get inside, like someone had tried before. The police took too long to arrive. I sat in my living room, my back pressed against the couch, staring at my bedroom door like something might come slinking out at any second. My phone was still in my hand, the call connected, the dispatcher speaking in a calm, almost bored voice. "We have officers on the way, sir. Can you confirm that your door is locked?" "Yes," I said, my voice flat. The dress was still on my bed, the note still on my pillow. Like an offering, like an expectation. And then, as I was speaking, a sound, a slow, dragging sound, right outside my door. I stopped breathing. I held the phone tighter, pressing it against my ear, hoping the dispatcher had heard it too. But she kept talking, unfazed. "Sir, can you confirm?" Another sound. A soft tap. Then, the handle of my front door shifted. I shot to my feet. Someone's outside my apartment. My voice came out as a whisper, my own words barely registering in my ears. The dispatcher finally sounded awake. "Stay on the line. Officers are 3 minutes out." 3 minutes. 3 minutes was too long. I moved slowly toward the peephole, every step deliberate, careful. And I looked. Mr. Langley, standing directly outside my door. No knocking this time. Just standing there. His back was slightly hunched, his hands folded neatly in front of him, fingers clasped together like he was at a funeral, like he was mourning, like he was waiting. I didn't say anything. I just watched. His lips moved, but I couldn't hear the words. He was talking to himself, murmuring something I wasn't supposed to hear. Then, very slowly, he tilted his head, and he looked directly into the peephole. My breath caught. I stumbled back from the door. The second I moved, the handle turned again, not a gentle test this time. A harder twist. I heard the lock strain against the force. I ran to the kitchen, grabbing the heaviest knife I had. I wasn't going to wait for whatever the hell was happening to play out. Then, a knock. Not frantic, not rushed. A single, precise knock. Then his voice. Quiet, measured. I found her dress. I couldn't move. It's your size. The police arrived exactly 3 minutes later. When they knocked, I nearly jumped out of my skin. By the time I got the courage to unlock the door, Mr. Langley was gone. The hallway was empty, like he had never been there at all. The officers took my statement, walking through my apartment, checking the locks, looking for signs of forced entry. They asked me the same questions over and over. Had I seen him enter my apartment? Had I left my door unlocked? Was there anyone who might have had access to my keys? I answered them all the same way. Number, and no. But that wasn't what bothered me. It was when one of the officers came out of my bedroom, his expression unreadable. "Sir," he said carefully, "you said you've never met Mr. Langley's wife?" I blinked. "No, I've never seen her." The officer glanced at his partner, then back at me. "There is no wife." I felt my stomach turn. "What?" The officer sighed, rubbing his temple. "Mr. Langley's wife has been dead for years, long before you moved in." I stared at him. I felt like I had just stepped out of my own body. I shook my head. "Buth's been asking me. Every time he sees me, he asks if I've seen her." The officer nodded grimly. "He does that every time someone new moves in." I felt something cold and sharp settle in my chest. Every time someone new moves in. That meant I wasn't the first. The officers escorted me down the hall to Mr. Langley's apartment. His door was locked, but when they knocked, there was no answer. After a minute, one of the officers looked at me. "We'll check in with management. If there's any sign of criminal activity, we'll open it up." I nodded, still feeling like I was standing in someone else's skin. The hallway felt off now, like something was wrong with the air itself. I turned my head slightly and saw something on his doormat. A small package, wrapped neatly in brown paper, tied with a thin blue ribbon. One of the officers picked it up and turned it over in his hands. There was a note attached. My name was written on it. I felt my whole body stiffen. The officer hesitated, then carefully pulled at the ribbon, unwrapping the paper. Inside was a framed photograph, an old black and white picture. At first I didn't recognize it. Then I did. It was my bedroom, my apartment. But it looked different. The furniture was old-fashioned, the walls bare, like it had been taken decades ago. And in the center of the photo, standing by the window, a woman wearing the same dress that had been laid out on my bed. Her face was turned slightly toward the camera, but her eyes were blurred out, the ink scratched over them deliberately. Beneath the photo, in neat handwriting, there was a caption. My lovely wife, 1963. I moved out that weekend. I didn't give notice. I didn't pack neatly. I just grabbed what I could and left. I didn't care about my deposit. I didn't care about breaking my lease. I just wanted to be gone. I never saw Mr. Langley again. I don't know what the police found when they eventually entered his apartment. I don't want to know. But sometimes late at night, I still think about it. The dress, the photograph, the fact that he left that package for me, like he was expecting me to find it, like he had already picked me. And I wonder, what would have happened if I had put on the dress? The day the substitute teacher arrived, it rained so hard the windows rattled. Fourth grade was restless from the moment the bell rang, whispers bouncing off the walls, feet swinging beneath desks, pencils tapping. Rain always did that to kids. It made the air feel thick, the room too small, like energy had nowhere to go but out. When the classroom door finally opened, everyone went quiet. The woman who stepped inside was thin, too thin. Her black skirt clung to sharp angles, and her blouse was pressed so stiffly it barely moved when she did. Her hair was pulled back in a bun so tight it looked painful. She didn't smile, didn't clear her throat, didn't introduce herself. Just walked to the front of the room and started writing on the board. Her handwriting was too perfect. No hesitation, no uneven strokes, just smooth, mechanical letters forming two words. Miss Lyle. No good morning, class. No explanation of where Mrs. Collins had gone. Nothing. The silence stretched. A few students glanced at each other, uncertain. Kids could always sense when something wasn't right, even if they couldn't put it into words. I sat at the second to last desk in the row by the window, my backpack still hanging open, forgotten. I didn't know what I had expected, but it wasn't her. I had been in this school since kindergarten, and in all those years, substitute teachers had fit into two categories. Overly enthusiastic, trying too hard to win us over. Checked out, barely doing the job. Miss Lyle was neither. She was empty. I had been staring, and when she turned around, my breath hitched, because she was staring directly at me. Her eyes were the wrong color. Not brown, not blue, not green, just gray flat and dull, like old film. The kind of gray that made you think of broken things. I swallowed and looked down at my desk. When I glanced back up, she had already turned away, moving with precise, measured steps toward the teacher's desk. Her shoes didn't make a sound. She picked up the attendance sheet but didn't call names. She just stood there looking at it, her lips slightly parted like she was reading silently to herself. The whole class sat stiffly in their seats, waiting. Minutes passed. Nothing. The rain hammered harder against the glass. Then, finally, she spoke. Her voice was wrong. It wasn't raspy or too deep or high-pitched. It was just off, flat, hollow, like the words weren't coming from her but from somewhere behind her. Take out your math books. No, please. No, let's begin. Just a command. Chairs scraped against the floor as we obeyed. I turned to the right page, but my hands felt cold, my stomach twisted in knots. She walked between the desks as we worked, passing so quietly I wouldn't have noticed her if I hadn't been watching. She didn't speak, didn't glance at the clock. Just moved. Up and down the aisles. And then I saw it. She never blinked. Not once. Not as she hovered over students, watching them write. Not as she circled the room, pausing behind chairs for a few long silent moments before moving on. The more I noticed, the harder it was to focus. I kept sneaking glances at her out of the corner of my eye. The way her movements were too precise. The way her hands never seemed to fully unclench. And the way she never touched anything. Not the desk, not the board, not the papers. Her hands hovered just above them, like she wasn't quite there. At lunch, the tension in the classroom finally broke. The moment the bell rang, kids bolted from their seats, a few whispering to each other as they disappeared into the hall. I stayed back. She didn't leave with the rest of us. Didn't say we were dismissed. She just stood at the teacher's desk, facing forward, staring. The hair on the back of my neck prickled. I was the last one out. And just before I stepped into the hallway, I made the mistake of looking back. She was still watching me. Her gray eyes locked onto mine, unmoving. I turned and ran. At lunch, the cafeteria buzzed with low chatter, but something was off. Other kids had noticed. "She's weird," Mia whispered, glancing around as if Miss Lyle might be lurking nearby. "Did she even eat anything?" I frowned. "What do you mean?" "I stayed behind to grab my raincoat," she said. She just sat there, no food, no drink, just sitting. Lucas leaned forward. "She didn't even use a computer. When Mrs. Collins is out, the subs always use the login on the teacher's desktop. But I walked past the room and nothing. The screen was black." We fell silent. "She doesn't blink," I muttered. Mia shuddered. "I thought it was just me." Lucas hesitated, then quietly, "I don't think she has a shadow." My skin went cold. I stared at him, waiting for him to say, "Just kidding," to smirk, to turn it into some weird joke. He didn't. I felt suddenly lightheaded, like my stomach had dropped without warning. Because he wasn't lying. I had noticed it tunely, I hadn't let myself believe it. The way she moved through the classroom, past the windows, past the light, past the places where shadows should have stretched. And yet, nothing followed her. I swallowed hard. We should tell someone. Lucas shook his head. "Who? The principal? What are we supposed to say? Hey, we think the sub isn't human." Mia stabbed her fork into her food. "Maybe she's just sick," she said, but she didn't sound convinced. I glanced across the cafeteria. At the far end, near the staff tables, a few teachers were talking and laughing over their lunches. They looked normal, real. I couldn't explain it, but I knew whatever Miss Lyle was, she wasn't one of them. A quiet, horrible thought crept into my mind, one that made my skin feel too tight, my throat dry. If she wasn't real, if she wasn't supposed to be here, then where was Mrs. Collins? The bell rang before anyone could say anything else. We stood, gathering our trays, and I hesitated. Something told me I shouldn't go back to class. That I should pretend to be sick, go to the nurse's office, anything but walk back into that room. But I didn't. Because deep down I already knew. I already knew that something was waiting for us. And we were about to find out what. The air in the classroom felt wrong when we walked back in. Not cold, not hot, just off, like the kind of stillness that came before a thunderstorm. The fluorescent lights hummed too loudly, flickering just slightly, but maybe that was my imagination. Or maybe it wasn't. Miss Lyle stood at the front of the room, facing the chalkboard, not writing, not adjusting papers, just standing there, like she had been there the entire time waiting. I hesitated by the door, gripping the strap of my backpack. The rest of the class shuffled past me, their voices lower than usual, their movements careful. I glanced at Mia. She avoided my gaze. Lucas did too. Because we all felt it. We knew something wasn't right. And yet we sat down anyway. Miss Lyle finally moved. Slow, deliberate, she turned toward us, her hands still pressed close to her sides. Those gray eyes, flat, emotionless, swept across the room, taking us in one by one. She didn't smile, didn't speak. And then she did something I still can't explain. She tilted her head. Not a normal tilt, not the kind people do when they're curious or confused. It was too slow, too exact, like a machine calculating something. Her neck shouldn't have bent that way. The room felt impossibly quiet. Then, finally, she spoke. Her voice was just as empty as before. Continue working from page 73. Chairs creaked as kids pulled out their books. Pages turned, pencils scratched. Everyone was too afraid to do anything but obey. I flipped open my own textbook, but I wasn't reading. I was watching. She didn't sit at the teacher's desk. She just stood there, watching us, watching me. I kept my eyes on my book, but I could feel it, that unblinking stare drilling into the side of my face. I tried to ignore it. I tried not to look. But I did. And the moment I glanced up, she moved. Not a normal movement. She didn't step, didn't shift. 1 second, she was at the front of the room. The next, she was behind me. I didn't hear her move. I didn't see it. But she was there, standing inches from my chair. My breath locked in my throat. I couldn't turn around. I couldn't. I stared straight ahead, fingers digging into the edge of my desk. Then, she leaned down, close enough that I felt the air change, the unnatural stillness around her. And in the smallest, quietest voice, she whispered my name. Not out loud. Inside my head, I shot up from my chair so fast it scraped against the floor. The noise shattered the silence, and all eyes snapped toward me. Miss Lyle remained where she was, staring at me with that blank, unreadable face. I opened my mouth to say something, anything, but no words came out. Her gaze stayed locked onto mine, and for the first time I saw it. A flicker of something beneath her skin. A ripple, like static on an old television screen, distorting her features for the briefest second before smoothing out again. I backed away, my breath uneven. Two need to go to the nurse. Miss Lyle didn't react. She didn't nod, didn't ask if I was okay. She just stared. And then, so quietly I almost didn't hear it. She said, "Hurry back." Not a command. A warning. I grabbed my things and ran. I didn't go to the nurse. I went straight to the office. The hallway felt impossibly long as I walked, my mind racing. My legs still felt shaky from whatever had happened back there, my stomach twisting itself into knots. The receptionist barely glanced up when I entered. "Something wrong?" I nodded, my throat dry. "Two need to talk to the principal." Her fingers hovered over her keyboard. "About what?" "The substitute, Miss Lyle." She frowned slightly, tilting her head. "Who?" I swallowed. "The sub, the one covering for Mrs. Collins." A longer pause. Then she glanced at her computer screen, scrolled, checked something. A slow, uneasy expression crossed her face. "We don't have a Miss Lyle on record," she said. My heart stopped. I gripped the counter. "That's not possible. She's in my classroom right now." The receptionist's face paled. Mrs. Collins never called out today. The words didn't make sense at first. I stood there, frozen, trying to make it make sense. I turned back toward the hallway. The door to my classroom was barely visible at the end of it. Everything inside me screamed to run. Instead, I whispered, "Then who is in my classroom?" The principal called security. I sat in the front office, hands gripping the chair beneath me, my mind spiraling. The hallways were too quiet. The rain outside had stopped. Everything felt suspended, like time was waiting to see what would happen next. 15 minutes passed. Then 20. Finally, the principal returned. Her face was blank, unreadable. There was no one in the classroom. I blinked. What? She sat down across from me, folding her hands neatly. The students were sitting quietly at their desks. No teacher present, no sign that one had ever been there. My pulse thundered. That's not. I shook my head. That's not possible. She was there. She was just there. A pause. Then, "Are you feeling all right?" I stared at her. Something wasn't right. The way she was looking at me, the way her fingers tapped against the desk too rhythmically. A horrible thought slithered into my mind. I turned toward the receptionist. She was watching me now. So was the janitor by the supply closet, the office aide by the window. Their eyes too still, too expectant. The air in the room shifted, and suddenly I knew. I wasn't supposed to ask questions. I wasn't supposed to notice. I wasn't supposed to see. Miss Lyle was gone, but something else was still here, watching, waiting. And now they knew that I knew. The office was too quiet. The kind of quiet that wasn't empty but watching. The principal sat across from me, her hands folded neatly on the desk. The receptionist had stopped typing, her fingers hovering just above the keyboard. Even the janitor, who had been mopping the same tile for the past 5 minutes, stood still. His eyes settled on me. Something was wrong, and I had made a mistake. I had noticed. The realization hit me so hard I nearly choked on it. My stomach clenched, my hands gripping the chair beneath me so tightly my knuckles turned white. I wasn't supposed to notice that Miss Lyle had never blinked. I wasn't supposed to ask where Mrs. Collins was. I wasn't supposed to tell them, but I had. And now they were all staring. The principal smiled, but it was too polite, too controlled. "You seem a little disoriented," she said gently. "Maybe you should go lie down in the nurse's office for a while." Number. Every muscle in my body screamed to run, but I didn't, not yet. Because if I ran now, I wouldn't make it. I had to be careful. I forced myself to swallow the panic rising in my throat, forced myself to nod. Yeah, maybe I just need some air. Her smile didn't waver. She stood slowly, like she had all the time in the world. "I'll walk you there," she said. The janitor had stopped mopping completely. He was just standing there, staring at the floor like he was listening. I couldn't stay here. I had to get back to my classroom. The second the principal stepped toward me, I moved. Fast. I pushed back from the chair and bolted into the hallway before she could grab my arm. I heard her voice sharp, calling after me, but I didn't look back. I couldn't look back. The hallway stretched too long in front of me. The fluorescent lights flickered overhead, buzzing softly. I felt like I was running in slow motion, like the air had thickened around me, trying to hold me in place. I turned the corner, my shoes skidding against the linoleum. My classroom door was open. I burst inside, breathless, expecting chaos, expecting the students to be gone, to see nothing but empty desks and silence. But no. They were still there, sitting at their desks just as I had left them. Except now, they weren't moving. Every single one of them sat perfectly still, not writing, not whispering, just waiting. My breath hitched. Then Mia turned her head toward me. Slow, too slow, like a puppet on invisible strings. My stomach dropped. Her lips parted, but her voice was flat, wrong. "The principal is looking for you." I took a step back. Lucas turned his head next, the exact same way. "You should go to the nurse's office," he said. My heartbeat hammered against my ribs. This wasn't real. This wasn't real. I scanned the room, chest tightening. They weren't blinking. Not a single one of them. Then I saw the desk. Mrs. Collins' desk. For the first time, I noticed something was different. Her chair was pushed back, like someone had been there. But no one was. Or had been. A sickening realization churned in my stomach. Mrs. Collins hadn't called out. She had never left. And now I had no idea where she was. A sound echoed behind me, a soft click. The classroom door had shut. I spun around, and my chest nearly caved in on itself. Miss Lyle stood in front of it, blocking the exit. She hadn't been there a second ago, but now she was. Standing perfectly still, her arms at her sides, those lifeless gray eyes boring into me. The air in the room changed. Not colder, not warmer. Just different. Like the space itself had warped, like it was no longer part of the school, no longer part of anything. My skin crawled. I took a slow step backward. "Where is Mrs. Collins?" Miss Lyle tilted her head. That same unnatural tilt. The classroom groaned not loudly, not like the building was shifting, but like the very air inside it had stretched. She took a step toward me. Not walking. Gliding. Like her feet weren't touching the floor at all. I felt something in me snap. I ran. I dove past the desks, knocking over chairs, my pulse a roaring sound in my ears. I reached for the window, slammed it open. The world outside wasn't there. Just blackness. No playground, no parking lot, no sky. Nothing. I stumbled back, my breath ragged. The classroom wasn't real anymore. A whisper curled around my mind, soft as silk. "You were never supposed to notice." I turned toward her, toward it. Miss Lyle's face rippled. For a brief moment, I saw something else beneath it. Something empty. Something that shouldn't exist. A shape without a shape. A presence that had been here long before me and would be here long after. And then, the door burst open. The spell shattered. Reality slammed back into place so fast it hurt. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead. The classroom window showed the real world outside the playground, the sky, the teachers walking by. I gasped, my knees weak, collapsing to the floor. Mrs. Collins stood in the doorway. Real, tangible, alive. She frowned, stepping inside. What on earth? I turned back to the classroom, my head still spinning. The desks, the kids, all of them were normal. Lucas blinked at me, confused. Mia whispered something to the girl beside her. The chairs I had knocked over were upright again, like nothing had happened. Miss Lyle was gone. Vanished. Like she had never been there. Mrs. Collins knelt beside me, concern in her eyes. "Are you all right?" I couldn't speak, couldn't move, because I knew they wouldn't remember. Not the students, not the teachers. No one. It had erased itself. I sat there, gasping, my whole body trembling. Mrs. Collins helped me up, but I barely felt it. I turned toward the chalkboard. It was clean. No sign of anything, except at the very bottom, written in the faintest chalk. A message. Just for me. "I will return when you forget." I never spoke about it. Not to my parents, not to my friends, not even to Lucas or Mia. Because I knew the truth. It was still there, waiting. For another student. For another day. For when someone else noticed. Because that's how it works. It waits. until someone sees what they shouldn't. And then it plays the game all over again. I first noticed something was off when I got a password reset email from my bank. It was late, nearly midnight, and I was just about to go to bed when my phone buzzed. The subject line read, "Your password reset request." I hadn't requested anything. At first, I assumed it was just one of those phishing scams, the kind that try to bait you into clicking a fake link. But when I checked the sender, it was legitimately from my bank. Still, I ignored it, figuring it was a mistake. Maybe someone had entered the wrong email by accident. The next morning, I got another one. Then another. It started happening with other accounts too, my Amazon, my Uber, my email. I kept getting notifications about password reset attempts, but when I logged in, nothing seemed different. I changed all my passwords anyway, just in case. It was annoying, but I wasn't too concerned yet. That changed when I saw the first charge. A $32 order from a sushi place I had never been to. It was from my DoorDash account, and the receipt showed the food had been delivered, but not to my address. It had gone somewhere else. I checked the order history, my stomach tightening as I scrolled. The sushi wasn't the only charge. There were 3 separate Uber rides I never took, a coffee order from a Starbucks across town, and a grocery delivery with items I would never buy. Whoever was doing this wasn't just using my account. They were living as me. I called DoorDash customer service immediately. After waiting on hold for what felt like forever, a representative finally picked up. "Hi, I think someone hacked my account," I explained. "I just saw an order that I didn't place." "Of course, let me pull that up," the woman on the phone said. After a few seconds, she continued. "Okay, I see the order. It was delivered last night." "Yeah, but not to me," I said. "I never ordered it." She hesitated. "Huh, that's odd. The order was placed through your logged-in account with the same saved payment method. It wasn't a guest checkout." "So, how did someone else use it?" "Do you think it could have been a family member or a friend?" she asked. I nearly laughed. "I live alone." Another pause. Then, "Would you like me to update your account security and issue a refund?" "Please." She walked me through resetting everything. I changed my password again, removed all saved payment details, and added 2-factor authentication. Then I checked my bank statements to make sure nothing else was wrong. For the rest of the day, I tried to convince myself it was just some kind of weird, elaborate scam. That night, though, I got a notification from Uber. "Your ride has arrived." My stomach dropped. I opened the app, heart pounding, and saw an active trip listed under my account. The pickup location was downtown, a few miles from where I lived. The destination was an apartment building in a neighborhood I had never been to. I watched the car's location on the app, its little blue dot moving along the street in real time. Someone had actually used my account to order a ride. And right now they were inside that car, heading toward that address. I called Uber support in a panic. "This ride isn't mine," I said, barely able to keep my voice steady. "I didn't request it." The man on the other end spoke calmly, as if this were completely normal. "I see the trip on your account. The driver has already picked up the passenger." "I know, that's the problem. That's not me in the car." Another long pause. I could hear the rep typing in the background. "The trip was placed through your device," he said. And, the driver confirmed the pickup. They verified the passenger matched the profile picture. Profile picture? I hadn't uploaded a profile picture to my Uber account. "What picture?" I asked. "The one linked to your account." A cold, creeping sensation crawled up my spine. "Can you describe it?" There was a hesitation before he answered. "It looks like a selfie. A man with dark hair, wearing a gray hoodie." My breath caught in my throat. I did have dark hair, and I did own a gray hoodie. But I had never taken that picture. I slammed the app closed and checked my email. There was a new message from Uber. "Your ride has been completed." The receipt showed that the trip had ended at the unknown apartment. The driver had dropped whoever this was off safely at home. Except it wasn't their home. It was mine. I didn't sleep that night. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, every nerve in my body on edge. I had changed all my passwords. I had locked down my accounts. But someone out there was still getting in. And worst of all, they weren't just using my name. They were pretending to be me. The next morning, I barely touched my coffee. My hands were too unsteady to hold the mug without spilling it. My mind raced, replaying every detail from the night before. Someone was using my accounts. Someone was impersonating me, and somehow they had access to things they shouldn't. I called my bank first. "Hi, I need to report suspicious activity," I said the second an agent picked up. They pulled up my account and went through the usual security questions. When I explained what had been happening, the agent's tone shifted slight more cautious, like he was choosing his words carefully. "We don't see any unauthorized withdrawals or transfers," he said, "but there was a recent attempt to open a new checking account under your name." I nearly dropped my phone. "What?" "Yesterday evening. It was started online, but it looks like the application wasn't completed." I swallowed hard. What would someone need to finish it? They'd have to go in person to verify their identity. My stomach twisted. Someone had filled out an application as me and had planned to walk into the bank, show their ID, and become me. "How did they get past the security checks?" I asked. He hesitated. "Well, they entered the correct social security number." I felt like the room was tilting. I gripped the edge of the counter to steady myself. My social security number. Not just my email, not just my passwords. This was something much worse. I barely heard the rest of what the agent said. He advised me to file an official fraud report and to place a freeze on my credit. I agreed and hung up, my pulse hammering in my ears. This wasn't just hacking. This wasn't just some scammer buying food on my dime. Someone had my personal information, everything they needed, to erase me and take my place. I checked my email again, scanning through every message. There was something new, a notification from a credit monitoring service I didn't remember signing up for. "Your profile update has been completed." I clicked it. Apparently, I had changed my contact number. The last 4 digits weren't mine. I had seen enough. I grabbed my coat and car keys. I was going to the apartment, the one from the Uber trip. The building was about 20 minutes away, in a neighborhood I had never been to. It was an older complex, a little run-down but not abandoned. The lobby doors were locked, but I didn't need to wait long before someone came out, letting me slip inside. The hallway smelled of stale carpet and cigarette smoke. I checked the Uber receipt again, double-checking the address, apartment 2B. I walked up to the second floor, heart pounding. The number plate on the door was slightly crooked. I knocked once, then twice, straining to hear any movement inside. Nothing. I knocked again. Hello? Still no response, but I felt something, that strange, crawling sensation that I wasn't alone. I pressed my ear to the door, faint shuffling, a whisper of movement, like someone shifting their weight. Then silence. Someone was in there. I knocked one more time, harder. I know you're in there. A long pause, then footsteps slow and deliberate approaching the door. The handle turned slightly, but the door didn't open. I held my breath. Then, just as quietly, the footsteps retreated. I stood there, my skin crawling. Whoever was inside had walked right up to the door, listened to me standing there, and then walked away. I needed to see who it was. I glanced around, looking for anything reflective. A peephole, a glass panel. There, a small, warped door viewer. I leaned in just enough to get a distorted look inside. The hallway behind me reflected faintly, along with a glimpse of the dimly lit apartment. And then, a face. My face. The breath left my lungs all at once. I jerked back so fast I nearly stumbled. The warped reflection showed me staring through the peephole, but it wasn't me. It was him. The door didn't open. No movement. Nothing. I turned and walked away, forcing myself to move at a normal pace, even though my entire body screamed at me to run. I didn't stop until I was outside, back in my car, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white. I sat there for a long time, staring at the apartment building. Someone who looked exactly like me lived there, and he knew that I had found him. I barely remember the drive home. My mind was in overdrive, scrambling for answers. A twin I never knew about, a relative, a perfect look-alike. It didn't make sense. Back in my apartment, I locked every door, every window. I checked them twice, then 3 times. My own reflection in the hallway mirror unsettled me now. I turned it to face the wall. I needed proof of what I had seen. I grabbed my laptop and started digging. The apartment complex wasn't listed on any rental sites. No leasing office number, no online presence at all. I searched public records. Nothing. It was as if the place didn't officially exist. Then, I searched my own name. I expected to see the usual social media, work listings, but there was something new. A second listing. Same name, same birth date, different city. I clicked on it, my breath caught in my throat. There was a profile picture, and it was him. The man from the apartment. The man pretending to be me. I stared at the screen, my heart hammering so hard it felt like it might crack my ribs. There he was me. The profile photo wasn't just a similar-looking man. It was identical. Same haircut, same eyes, same sharp angle of my jaw. Even the slight scar near my temple, the one I got as a kid falling off my bike, was there. But it wasn't my account. It was another me, The name was mine, the birth date was mine, but the location was different 3 cities over. I clicked on the profile, my fingers icy against the trackpad. It was sparse, a few professional details, a couple of linked accounts, but one thing stood out: a connection to a bank. The same bank that had flagged my account for an attempted duplicate. I swallowed, my throat dry. The pieces were clicking into place in a way I didn't like. This wasn't identity theft. It was something worse. I checked the profile's activity, looking for anything I could use: an address, a workplace, even a phone number. But before I could dig deeper, something popped up on my screen. New message request. Me wants to connect. I froze. I had seen that profile minutes ago, had clicked through it, had scrolled through every detail. There was no way he knew. Unless he was looking at me too. My hands shook as I hovered over the request. I knew I shouldn't click it, knew that engaging in any way would be a mistake. But I had to see. I accepted. Immediately, a message came through. Why are you looking for me? I stared at the words, my own name at the top of the chat, a conversation with myself. I didn't type anything. Another message. You shouldn't have come to the apartment. A sharp chill rippled down my spine. I hadn't told anyone, I hadn't called the police, hadn't mentioned it to a single person. The air in my apartment suddenly felt thick. My hands hovered over the keyboard. Then, another message. You should stop now. I slammed the laptop shut. My chest was tight, my skin cold. My mind screamed at me to shut it all down, log out, wipe my accounts, pretend none of this had happened. But I couldn't. I needed to know who he was. And more than that, I needed to know what he wanted. I didn't sleep that night. I barely moved from my chair, staring at the darkened screen of my laptop like it might suddenly flicker back to life on its own. By morning, I had made my decision. I was going to that bank. If he had set up an account there, then there was proof, a paper trail, a record, something that showed that he had walked inside and pretended to be me. I took a deep breath, grabbed my keys, and left. The bank was about an hour away, in the same city his profile had listed. I walked in, keeping my expression neutral, trying to ignore the way my hands were damp with sweat. A teller greeted me with a polite smile. "How can I help you today?" I steadied my voice. I think someone might have opened an account under my name. She nodded, pulling up a screen. "Okay, do you have an account with us already?" I swallowed. "Number." She started typing. "All right, let me check." Then she stopped. Her expression flickered just for a second. A moment of hesitation before she straightened in her chair. "Yes, we do have an account under your name," she said carefully. "Would you like to access it?" I forced myself to stay calm. "I don't remember opening it." Her polite smile didn't waver, but I saw something shift in her eyes. She was too calm. I realized, with a slow creeping sense of horror, she recognized me, the real me. But that meant someone had already been here. I forced a laugh, shaking my head like it was just a silly mistake. "You know what? Maybe I did open it and forgot. No worries." I turned to leave. But before I could take a step, she said, Sir? I froze. She hesitated. You came in this morning, didn't you? My stomach dropped. I turned back slowly. What? Her fingers tapped against the desk. Her expression was polite, but there was an unease there now. You came in right when we opened. You had all your documents. I helped you myself. I couldn't breathe. She saw him. This morning, today, while I had been at home, staring at my laptop, wondering what to do. He had been here. I swallowed, trying to keep my voice steady. And everything checked out? She nodded. Yes, you had all the right information. A pause. Then, softer. But your hair was shorter. I forced a tight smile, every muscle in my body locking up. Right, I was just checking, thanks. I turned and walked out, my pulse slamming in my ears. I didn't stop until I was back in my car. I locked the doors, my hands clenched into fists on my lap. He had been here. He had walked inside, given them my information, looked just like me except for one tiny detail. I pulled out my phone, opened the front camera. My reflection stared back, my hair slightly unkempt from stress, a few days of stubble on my jaw. That was the difference. He was keeping up with my appearance. He knew exactly what I looked like every day, every change. And he was adjusting himself to match. I felt something cold settle in my gut. He wasn't just pretending to be me. He was watching me. I sat in my car, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles ached. My reflection in the rearview mirror stared back at me, eyes hollow, face pale. He had been here today. I was losing time. I had spent the morning locked in my apartment, paranoid and staring at my laptop, while he had walked into this bank and pretended to be me. He had handed them my information. He had looked like me. But not exactly. I pulled out my phone and opened the camera again, staring at my reflection. I ran a hand through my hair, heart pounding. It had been getting long. I had been meaning to get a haircut. He already had. He was keeping up with me, adjusting himself. I felt sick. For a long time I didn't move. My hands stayed clenched in my lap, my breathing shallow. There was nowhere to go, no next step that made sense. I couldn't call the police and tell them I had a clone running around town, opening bank accounts and impersonating me. They would think I was crazy. Maybe I was crazy. But then my phone vibrated. A new message. I didn't want to look. I already knew who it was from. You shouldn't have come here. The air in the car felt suffocating. I stared at the screen, every nerve in my body screaming at me to shut the phone off, to pretend I never saw it. Another message. Stop looking for me. My throat felt tight. I could barely breathe. I hovered over the reply button. My fingers twitched. Every logical part of my brain told me not to respond. But I typed anyway. Who are you? A long pause. Then 3 dots appeared, the ones that meant he was typing. I gritted my teeth, my heart hammering so loud I could barely hear anything else. Then the message popped up. I am you. My entire body went cold. I shut the phone off and threw it onto the passenger seat. I needed to leave. I turned the key in the ignition, the engine rumbling to life beneath my shaking hands. The roads blurred past me, my thoughts spiraling. I had no plan, no destination. I just knew I had to get away. But as I pulled out of the parking lot, something caught my eye. A man standing across the street. He was watching me. And he looked exactly like me. My chest clenched. It wasn't possible. It couldn't be possible. But there he was. His hair was shorter, neatly trimmed. His face was clean-shaven. He wore the same black jacket I owned, the one I had been meaning to throw out but hadn't gotten around to yet. And then he smiled. A slow, deliberate curve of his lips. Like he was waiting. Like he knew. I slammed my foot on the gas and sped away. I didn't go home. I couldn't. Instead, I drove aimlessly, my grip on the wheel so tight my fingers ached. My mind raced, trying to piece together something that made sense. Someone was pretending to be me. Someone had my information. Someone had been watching me, studying me, copying me. I pulled into a gas station miles away from the bank. I needed a moment to think, to breathe. The fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as I got out of the car. The air was sharp and cool against my skin. I filled my tank, my body still tense. Every shadow, every figure in the distance made my skin crawl. I needed answers. I grabbed my phone, hesitating before turning it back on. The second the screen lit up, a new notification appeared. Unknown number, voicemail. My stomach churned. I pressed play. At first, there was only silence. Then breathing. Not heavy, not aggressive, just slow, steady breathing. Then a voice. My voice. You should really stop looking for me. Click. The voicemail ended. I stood there, frozen, the sounds of the gas station fading around me. I had never called myself. I had never left that voicemail. But there it was. Me. Talking to me. I turned the phone off again. Shoving it deep into my pocket like that would make it disappear. I couldn't stay here. I needed to go somewhere safe. But nowhere felt safe anymore. I ended up at a cheap motel on the outskirts of town. I paid in cash. I didn't want to leave a digital trail, not when someone else already had access to everything about me. The room was small, stale, a single bed, a desk, a bathroom with a flickering light. I locked the door, bolted it, shoved a chair against the handle. Then I sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the wall. My mind kept looping through everything. The hacked accounts, the Uber ride, the bank visit, the way he had looked at me smiling, as if he already knew what I was going to do next. I needed proof. I pulled out my laptop, my fingers moving on autopilot as I went back to his fake profile. But when the page loaded, something was different. His profile picture had changed. It was new. And it was exactly how I looked now. The stubble, the slightly longer hair, the exhaustion in my eyes. I felt my pulse in my throat. Then a new notification. He's typing. I didn't wait to see what he had to say. I shut the laptop and slid it under the bed like that would somehow erase what I just saw. My breathing was uneven. My hands were shaking. This wasn't someone stealing my identity. This wasn't some scammer using my name. This was someone becoming me. And I didn't know how to stop him. I didn't sleep. I sat in that dingy motel room, the chair still pressed against the door, my back against the wall. The laptop lay face down on the floor, the screen dark. The air felt heavy, pressing down on me like the weight of something unseen. I had spent the past few days watching my own life unravel. A stranger had been using my accounts, spending my money, signing my name. But this wasn't just identity theft. He was becoming me. And he was always one step ahead. I thought about the bank teller's hesitation, the way she looked at me like she already knew who I was, except she had seen him first. I thought about the Uber driver who had picked him up, the fact that he had shown them a photo of me. He was building something, a version of me that was slightly different, slightly better. He had neater hair, cleaner clothes, a more confident posture. A version of me that the world would accept without question. And now, he knew I had found him. The air in the room felt too thick. I couldn't stay here. I had to end this. The drive back to the city was a blur. My hands were steady on the wheel, but my mind raced with every possibility of what I was about to do. I wasn't thinking about what would happen if I found him. I was thinking about what would happen if I didn't. The bank had been a dead end. He wouldn't go back there. But I knew where he had gone. The apartment. The one from the Uber ride. The one he had set up for himself while pretending to be me. That was where it had started. That was where I would find him. I parked across the street and sat there for a moment, gripping the steering wheel. The building looked exactly the same as the last time I had been here. The same dimly lit hallway. The same slightly crooked number plate on the door of 2B. I stepped out of the car. My chest was tight, but I kept my breathing steady. I didn't know what I would do when I got inside. I didn't know if he would be there. But I knew I had to see this through. I climbed the stairs, my footsteps barely making a sound. The hallway smelled like stale air and cleaning chemicals. The light above 2B flickered, casting the door in and out of shadow. I knocked once, then again. No answer. I reached for the handle. It turned. Unlocked. I stepped inside. The apartment was nearly identical to mine, the same layout, the same furniture, arranged in the same places. But there were small differences. The couch was newer. The dishes were stacked neatly in the sink. The air smelled like fresh laundry, like someone had just cleaned. And then I saw the photographs. They were pinned to the wall, arranged neatly in a grid. Photos of me, taken from a distance. Some were from inside my apartment, others from outside at the grocery store, walking to work, sitting in my car. I scanned them, my stomach twisting. Then I saw the most recent one. It was taken today. I was standing in the gas station parking lot, staring at my phone. Someone had been watching me. Someone had followed me there. A shuffling noise came from the hallway behind me. I turned. He was standing in the doorway. He looked exactly like me. Same face, same clothes, but he had already adjusted. His hair was slightly shorter than mine now. His stubble was gone. His shirt was tucked in neatly, the way I sometimes did when I wanted to look more put together. He smiled. "You shouldn't have come here," he said. My chest tightened. I took a slow step back, forcing myself to stay calm. "Who are you?" He tilted his head. "You know who I am." I swallowed. "How long have you been doing this?" He didn't answer right away. He stepped forward, his eyes locked onto mine. "I didn't take anything from you," he said softly. "I just made things better." My pulse pounded in my ears. "Better?" He smiled again, a slow, measured expression. "I've been cleaning up your messes, organizing your accounts, paying off that old credit card balance you forgot about. I even scheduled your next dentist appointment." I felt my stomach drop. "How did you get my information?" I asked. His smile faded slightly. "I've always had it." I took another step back. "You're not me." His expression didn't change. I could be. The room felt smaller, the air tighter. I could see it now, the final step. He had replaced everything else. The accounts, the documents, the records. The only thing left to replace was me. I clenched my fists. "You're not real." He exhaled, almost amused. If I wasn't real, how did the bank believe me? How did the Uber driver pick me up? How did the world decide that I was you? My breathing was shallow. "You can't just take my life." He didn't move. "I already have." A silence stretched between us. Then he lunged. I stumbled back, my heel catching on the carpet. We crashed into the table, sending the photographs flying. His hands grabbed at my jacket, pulling me down. I twisted, shoving him off. He scrambled to his feet faster than I expected, his breath coming in quick gasps. "I didn't want to do this," he muttered. He charged again. This time I was ready. I swung, my fist connecting with his jaw. He staggered back, but not for long. His eyes were wide, wild, like an animal backed into a corner. I didn't give him a chance to recover. I grabbed the nearest chair and swung it, knocking him off balance. He hit the ground hard. For a moment, neither of us moved. His chest rose and fell in sharp, ragged breaths. And then he started laughing. Low at first, then louder. I stepped away, my hands shaking. He grinned up at me, blood on his lip. "This isn't over," he whispered. I didn't stay to find out what he meant. I ran. Out of the apartment, down the stairs, into the street. By the time I got home, I was already on the phone with the police. When they arrived at 2B, the apartment was empty. No photographs, no furniture, nothing. It was as if he had never been there. I moved out of town the next day. I changed my number. I wiped my accounts. But I still feel it. That sense that someone is just out of sight. That if I check my accounts too closely, I'll find a charge I don't remember making. That one day, I'll open my email and see a message waiting. From me. "You shouldn't have come looking for me. I'm still here,